is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
The Indians finally eclipsed the 500 mark at home with a win over the Cincinnati Reds last night. Last season, it was a walk-off win on June 1st that got the Tribe over the 500 mark at Progressive Field, and they never looked back. This season's jolt may have been Saturday night when Francisco Lindor homered for a walk-off win against the Jays. The home cooking continues tonight, and the featured menu item is trout. Next on Sports Time Ohio. The Indians' homestand continues tonight as they welcome in the Los Angeles Angels for a 3-game series. Only 9 men in the history of baseball have hit 600 career home runs. That man, Albert Pujols, is the latest to accomplish the feat. He did it with a grand slam back on June the 3rd. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. Always an entertaining game when the Indians take on the Angels. First meeting of the year between these two clubs. And anytime you play the Angels, even with Albert Pujols on his way to the Hall of Fame, the conversation starts with Mike Trout because he's still among the game's very best players.
If not, he might be the best player in all of baseball, and he was off to a terrific start this year before he injured that left thumb. He missed 39 games with that. He was ranked in the top 3 or 4 in every offensive category, but he can beat you in so many ways, with power, with speed. He's a great defender, has a very good arm. He's a 2-time MVP, 6-time All-Star. And when you look at Mike Trout, you know one thing. Don't let this guy beat you. He's a great low ball hitter. He's become very disciplined laying off the high fastball. He's just a very tough out.
Mike Clevenger gets the start tonight for the Tribe. And the irony there is that Mike Clevenger came from the Angels in one of the all-time great trades. The Indians sent Vinny Pistano to the Angels. They got Mike Clevenger, and he is starting to grow into a very good starting pitcher.
He really is. He's pitched his way into the rotation for the Cleveland Indians. A 4th-round draft pick from the Angels. His first win came against his former team, and that was last year. He went 5 2/3 inning, gave up a hit. But what he's doing now, man, he's keeping the fastball down. He's pounding the strike zone. He gives up very few hits, so he's going to go out there, fewer base runners. He's attacking the strike zone. If he doesn't walk anybody, he's going to be very good, and I expect him to win a ball game.
Angels come in, a couple of games under 500, but still have hopes at maybe running down a wild card spot in the American League. We'll be back with tonight's first pitch, plus Alan Jensen go west for tonight's showstopper, and Andre Knott has more on the value of Carlos Santana, all straight ahead. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by W.B. Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. And by Nature Stone, the only concrete solution.
Tonight for the Tribe as they get set to battle the Angels and open up a 3-game series here at Progressive Field before they hit the road for Chicago this weekend. Welcome back to center field. Al Pulowski here along with Jensen Lewis. Thanks for joining us tonight for Indians baseball. And we have our showstopper for you, and that comes from last night. Cody Bellinger hitting a big 3-run homer for the Dodgers in the 8th inning to beat the Minnesota Twins.
And ultimately that put Minnesota now 3.5 games behind the Tribe. Now he's been show-stopping all year long. What a season Cody Bellinger and the Dodgers have had. But now this starts to make you think. Minnesota acquired Jaime Garcia to try and bolster their rotation. It sounds like the Milwaukee Brewers are trying to talk to Detroit about acquiring Ian Kinsler and Justin Wilson. The standings tell you all you need to know. Kansas City is hard charging. They've got their second 6-game winning streak of the season, and Danny Duffy will look for them to keep pace against Detroit and Motown tonight.
We'll see how it all shakes out. Right now, just a 3-horse race with the Tigers giving up by trading J.D. Martinez, but you never know what can happen in the game of baseball. Let's go upstairs now for the men that'll call it tonight. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning, Andre Knott. Fellas.
Thanks, Al. Last night, the Indians quickly dispatched the Cincinnati Reds, and they did so thanks in large part to the big bat of Carlos Santana, who boomed a pair of home runs on the night, giving Santana an even dozen now on the year. With more on the Indians switch hitter, let's go downstairs to Andre Knott.
Well, thank you very much, Matt. Terry Francona always says Carlos Santana is a second-half player. You always know what his numbers will look like at the end of September. Well, some started to worry because he hadn't gotten hot. He hadn't had a period of time where he could carry this team. Where over the last 5 games, he has 3 multi-hit games. And his last night's winner, Josh Tomlin, will tell you he's not a guy that they worry about when it comes to the numbers he'll put up in tonight's Hear Right sounds of the game.
Carlos is he's an intriguing player because he always has good at-bats. You know, his average might not look as sexy as the 300, the 280s, and all that kind of stuff, but he puts up good at-bats, he gets on base, and he plays every day. So, I mean, that says a lot in the aspect of the team is what he does, what he brings to the field every single day, ready to play first base, DH, whatever Tito asks him to do, play right field in some interleague games.
Well, the one thing we do know about Carlos Santana is he doesn't look like a leadoff hitter, but last year when he went to the leadoff spot, the offense took off. This past weekend, Tito put him back in the leadoff spot, and just maybe they may have hit on something again when it comes to Carlos Santana.
All right, thanks a lot, Andre. And the Indians will hopefully continue to get productivity from Santana. And as you heard there, it's not about necessarily the batting average, but it's about production, driving in runs, getting those clutch hits as he did last night. Mike Clevenger and the Indians have taken the field here this evening as they get ready to battle Mike Scioscia's Los Angeles Angels. And here is the starting lineup, brought to you by Hankook Tires. Yunel Escobar will lead it off, followed by Mike Trout. Albert Pujols will DH and bat third. Cole Calhoun, the right fielder, hitting cleanup. Andrelton Simmons, the shortstop, bats fifth. Luis Valbuena batting sixth. Then it's Ben Revere, Martin Maldonado, and Caleb Cowart hitting ninth.
Mike Clevenger is our Ohio's Honda starting pitcher for the Tribe tonight. He's making his 13th start. Did not factor into the decision in a 2-1 loss at San Francisco, although he did pitch very well. 1 unearned run and allowed 3 hits, 2 walks, and 7 strikeouts around 6 innings. And, you know, it's also marked Clevenger's 4th straight outing with 1 or fewer runs allowed and has limited opponents to 3 or fewer hits in all 4 games. He doesn't give up many hits for the innings pitched, and he's starting to pound the strike zone, and he's been a lot of fun to watch when he's been on that mound. Let's set the defense behind him tonight, which is brought to you by Ram, and it looks like this. It'll be Brantley in left field, Zimmer is in center, Jackson over in right, Urshela at third, Lindor at short, Ramirez at second, Santana at first, Gomes doing the catching.
Todd Tishner has the plate. Adam Hamari at first, Nick Lentz at second, and the crew chief Bill Miller down at third. These are the same umpires that we had for last night's game against Cincinnati, and they'll just stay here and look to the 3-game series to wrap up the homestand. Mike Scioscia and the Angels come in at 49 and 51. No chance of winning the AL West. That's all but wrapped up by the Houston Astros the way they're going. Houston 66 and 33 on the year. But as I mentioned at the top of the telecast, the wild card spot is not out of the question for the Angels. So still a lot to play for as they come into the series here tonight.
Those Angels are like a mash unit. What do they have? 8 pitchers on the disabled list? I think 8 starters.
Yunel Escobar takes a fastball for a strike at the knees. And we're underway. 71 degrees, partly cloudy skies. Shot foul, third base side. Looks like what breeze we do have is blowing in tonight from right and right center field.
It's turned out to be a beautiful evening because this morning, very overcast and cloudy, but it's cleared up nicely.
0-2 pitch, swung on and missed, and Mike Clevenger strikes out Escobar in 3 pitches to start the game. Tonight's storylines are brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Mike Trout, Albert Pujols. They are the big names. They are the stars that drive the Angels. And for Francisco Lindor, back to basics.
Well, that's something that Clevenger's done very well recently. Boy, pounding that fastball down in the zone.
Swung on and missed. Good slider over the outside corner. And 2 strikes on Trout. High fastball, he lays off. "19 home runs, 42 driven in." And I don't know any other player in baseball that's strike 3, but I guess Mike Trout gets
well, here
the
you
benefit
go
of the doubt
on the
here.
Nissan pitch tracker. Well, it certainly looked like it caught the inside corner.
Full count. "3-2. Swung on and missed. Clevenger stayed right with it. And Trout goes fishing. Back-to-back Ks to start tonight.
Yeah, he didn't give in, and he was able to get Mike Trout to chase that pitch. And a nice job after that slider went straight down. Good late break to it. His second start against his former team, where he was a 4th-round draft pick. And that was his first major league win last year. 5 2/3 inning of work. Just 1 run on a hit.
Albert Pujols takes a belt high fastball for strike 1. Little low. And Pujols went too far, says home plate umpire Todd Tishner.
Yeah, he's trying to decoy him. No, he's trying to decoy him. Let's look at the side and we'll get a better idea. Here's a look at it from the side, and he certainly did. Would have been a double if he would have hit it.
"2-2. Off the plate, full count.
Now you get all the crowd dressed in blue. They want to start making the calls. That one was off the dish.
Payoff pitch. Popped him up. Playable. Santana. Gomes converge. Jan says, "I'll take it." He does. And Mike Clevenger works a 1-2-3 first. The Indians are coming to bat. The Indians starting lineup for Terry Francona tonight is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Bradley Zimmer in the leadoff spot, followed by Francisco Lindor, then Michael Brantley. Encarnacion, Ramirez, and Santana in the middle. Austin Jackson back in the lineup and hitting 7th. Yan Gomes 8th, and Giovanni Urshela batting 9th.
Jesse Chavez is our Northern Ohio Hyundai starting pitcher for the Angels, and he is 5-10 with a 4.88. 20th start of the year for him. He has pitched in 12 career games against the Tribe. He's 1-1 with a 5.95. Only one start though, and that last start came here at Progressive Field back on May 18th, 2014, when he was an Oakland A.
Bradley Zimmer swings at the first pitch, a routine bouncer to second. Caleb Cowart throws him out, 1 down.
And the WB Mason Angels defense looks like this. They're rated number 2 in the league. They've made only 48 errors. Rivera's in left, Trout in center, Calhoun over in right. Escobar's at third, Simmons at short, Cowart at second, Valbuena at first, and Maldonado behind the plate.
Francisco Lindor riding a 4-game hitting streak. He's gone 6 for 16 during the 4-game streak. And over his last 8 games, he's batting .406. Then takes ball 1 outside. Just did catch the outside corner. Down low, did he go? He did, says third base umpire Bill Miller. And he's in the hole, 1-2.
Chavez is a guy, he's very aggressive. He has guts. He pitches. He's not afraid to pitch inside. He'll challenge you. But boy, this. Oh boy, he wasted no time, huh?
Fastball called looking, and there are 2 down.
Going to get a fastball. Looks like it's going to run away a little bit. And there's the call on the dish, and he'll come right at you. This Angel staff has been decimated as far as the pitching goes on the disabled list. They have all kinds of guys listed on that list. And Charles Nagy, I'll tell you, he's kept the pitching staff intact, and the bullpen's done a nice job for him as far as that goes when you have as many injuries as they have had.
Michael Brantley takes a fastball for a strike. Chavez with a 1-1, and Brantley pulls it foul up the first base side.
Chavez on the year on the road is 2-6. He's 3-4 at home. And the innings pretty much split up evenly.
Brantley bounces it to second base. Cowart again takes care of that. The Indians go quickly, and we are scoreless after 1. interesting development. Mike Clevenger was asked to change gloves by the umpiring crew, specifically the crew chief, Bill Miller, who intercepted him as he came off after the top half of the first inning. Something about his glove that they deemed wasn't acceptable.
It has to be the lettering, the A2000 that's, you know, bright. I don't know if that would distract a hitter.
Well, he's got A2000 on that glove. How bright is that?
Oh, no way. That's still there.
But he had a gray glove before. It's a completely different glove now. Who knows? Cole Calhoun leading off and takes ball one. Calhoun hit a dozen homers before the All-Star break. That's a new career best for him. That'll even the count of 1-1. Threw it by him. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fouled right back. In the last month, Mike Clevenger has allowed 10 hits in 80 at-bats coming into tonight. That's good for a 125 batting average against. That's #1 among all qualified starting pitchers in baseball. In the air, pretty well hit deep to right. Back is Austin Jackson onto the warning track, and he makes the catch as Zimmer came flying into the picture. No, it's Zimmer who actually caught it.
Oh, is that right?
Wow.
Well, this is the first game Jackson's back, and Zimmer's been out there, so it's the first time they played next to each other. And, you know, if he's calling for it, it's a center fielder's ball, although I see where Jackson, he was camped under it. He felt he could catch it. So that's something they're going to have to get used to. Go get him, young man. You're the center fielder. Take everything you could get. And being a former center fielder, Austin Jackson, I'm sure he realizes that. You just don't expect him to get over there, you know what I mean? But if he's calling for it, you got to get out of the way.
Plus, if you're Austin Jackson, you're just off the DL.
Yeah.
And you hear the diesel coming your way. You better get out of the way.
Well, he will. I'm sure he'll know. He'll say, darn kid, I didn't realize you're that fast getting over. I've watched you, but now I realize.
In the air, slicing, foul. Jackson gives it a look, but he can't get to that.
That's where you feel when you're a corner outfielder and you got a center fielder that can really go get him. Just get what you can get to the line, and I'll get the rest. And, you know, as a center fielder, I'll take the gaps.
But you moved from the center to the corner outfield position.
Yeah.
Is it hard to kind of, you know, you're used
to get used to it? Yeah.
But you're used to going after everything as a center fielder.
Well, that's what you do, and the guys, your corner guys, know that, you know, if you play together for a while, that's going to fall.
Yeah, it's a little punch and Judy right into right field, and Andrelton Simmons, who's been on a pretty good roll offensively, has a 1-out single here in the second.
Yeah, this is like a check swing. He sees the breaking ball. He was going to swing and then wanted to hold up, but oopsie, it falls in. See, that's sometimes you have to get change-ups. You hit change-ups and they fall. You hit them hard, they catch them. So that'll be the first hit of the ball game.
Luis Valbuena, the former Cleveland Indian. And looks at ball 1 outside. Valbuena has 4 consecutive seasons of at least 10 or more home runs. And he's sitting on 9 so far this year, but just a .184 batting average. Could you have predicted the career Valbuena has had since he was
no.
with the Indians?
No, could not.
This is his 6th season in the major leagues since he was an Indian. The 2-0 from Clevenger. Hit to center field. Back goes Bradley Zimmer. And he pulls it down on the warning track for out number 2. All right, let's go down to Andre, see if he has any answers on the Mike Clevenger glove incident.
Well, if the governor would just give me 5 minutes, I can give him the answer. It has nothing to do with the brand of the glove. It's all about the color of the glove. Basically, it was some of the umpires, some of the guys from over the Angels were complaining that his glove was too light. The original glove, if you look at it again, it's almost that gray color with the red in it and the blue.
Right, I thought that was
not because of the company maker, not because
but we've
of the
seen him use that glove before, so now all of a sudden somebody's got a problem.
Well, a guy that hit 600 home runs complained about it. That may have something to do with it.
They're going to want him to take his tattoos off next if he keeps going this way.
2 down. Ben Revere takes the strike.
Well,
I know we've seen him use that glove.
Well, somebody complained and the umpires made him change it. That's simple. I don't know why. Didn't look too light of a color to me from here, at least from that shot.
Now we don't know if for sure if it was a complaint lodged by the Angels, because I just saw the crew chief who was over there at third base and he intercepted Clevenger right in front of the dugout. Now the 1-1 ripped into right field. Jackson's got to hurry. He won't be able to cut it off. Andrelton Simmons into third. He'll be stopped there.
Nice pick.
And Ramirez running it in. Simmons kept kind of jockeying back and forth around third base as though maybe he was going to bluff and take off and fool Ramirez. Second and third with 2 down.
That looked like it might have been a little changeup that he left up in the middle of the plate. He was able to turn on it. With 2 outs, you would always love to send him, but you could see Ramirez had that ball cocked, ready to fire it in. And he's trying to make him get rid of the ball one way or the other. And Ramirez just continued to run it in, and he has to go back. So a 2-out double. They have runners at second and third. Revere his 7th double of the year.
And Martin Maldonado to the plate. The Angels catcher's got a little pop. He's hit 11 homers. He also has 11 doubles. And he takes a strike.
He's also got a little Brandon Guyer in him. I'm talking about Maldonado. He's been hit 12 times this year, which is tops in the league.
Lays off. 1-1. Maldonado originally signed with the Angels. When they drafted him in the 27th round back in 04. Then they released him 3 years later. He signed on with the Brewers. And the Brewers got him to the big leagues. He never really hit much with Milwaukee. Just a .217 average over 4+ big league seasons. And then the Angels ended up trading for him. Isn't that funny how that works out? You draft a guy, you release him, and then you end up having to trade back for him.
Yes, that may happen more than we think.
He'll be 31 next month. 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Clevenger really had him fooled, and it's 2-2.
Well, Maldonado looking for the heater, and he gets a slider. And he had a healthy cut, but he was just out in front of that pitch. He thought it was dead red coming in and did not get it.
Now the 2-2. Swung out and missed. Clevenger strikes him out. His third already here tonight. No score, middle of the second.
With MLB.com at bat on your smartphone or tablet. You can stay connected with radio, broadcast, stats, news, and more. Download the #1 app for live baseball. That is MLB.com at bat.
Edwin Encarnacion will lead off the second for Cleveland. And Jesse Chavez misses outside. Ball 1. Hit pretty well deep to left. Back is Ben Revere. It's over his head. It'll short hop the wall. Encarnacion hustling into second base. He'll slide in safely with a leadoff double. And that's his 14th double of the year.
Yeah, hit that ball very hard. And that ball had some topspin where it comes down and it short hops the wall. Boy, good sound to that ball. And then it ricochets up, and he was hustling all the way, which he knew he had to. As hard as that ball was hit, he got out of the batter's box and turned it into a double.
Now here's Jose Ramirez, 0 for his last 8 at the plate. And he takes a breaking ball for strike 1. Throw back, Edwin's there. No score second inning, but the Indians with their leadoff man in scoring position. And Jose Ramirez at the plate pops it back out of play. Ramirez has been one of the best hitters in baseball all season long, in particular here at home, where he has the second best home batting average in the American League at .352. And he wraps this one in the gap. Right center field. Trout cuts it off. Coming around to score is Encarnacion. Sliding into second base. Ramirez has an RBI double. Back-to-back doubles to open the second, and the Indians lead it 1-0.
Yeah, he plugged the gap. They were giving him right center, and he was hustling out of the chute because Trout in center field, got over there to cut the ball off and made the throw, and Ramirez able to beat that throw to second base for his 31st double and get the Indians on the board. One hop, he was playing very deep. Here comes the throw, a little offline. Simmons over there on the throw got the ball and came back quickly, and he just couldn't get to the foot in time.
And now Carlos Santana taking a strike. Time called as Santana steps away briefly. Tops it foul, first base side. Arcia in the driver's seat. The Indians' all-time home run list. Santana just outside the top 10.
Yeah, a couple of blasts last night, one from each side of the plate.
And he's out looking. Second strikeout for Jesse Chavez.
They called that a strike on the outside edge. Yeah,
that was generous.
Well, I know, but that's what it was. It was a called strike. Santana, pretty good eye and knows the strike zone. Wasn't going to offer outside, and certainly not a pitch he would have been able to pull in that situation anyway. Well, and a guy just coming back, Austin Jackson, off the disabled list. Inserted into the lineup today. He's really been steady for the Indians this year offensively. Had a great approach. He's been on the DL a couple of times.
During his 5-game rehab stint, he had 5 hits, including a couple of doubles.
Wow, those are, now I see why he's in the lineup against the right-hander. Look at those numbers against Chavez in his career.
Jackson taking all the way 3-0. It's in there for a strike. Indians getting on the board first here tonight. Once again, that's been a familiar theme on the homestand. Swung through it, full count. Edwin Encarnacion starting the inning with a double to left. And then Jose Ramirez doubled him home by shooting one to right center. Kansas City has jumped out in front of Detroit 1-0 in the second inning at Comerica. Orioles have won 6 in a row. Indians have won 4 straight. And that's outside, ball 4. First walk issued by Chavez, and now the Indians have 2 on with 1 out. Let's go down to Andre.
Terry Francona talking about Austin Jackson. He says he's not going to get caught up in splits anymore with him. He loves how he handles the bat against righties and lefties, and he really enjoyed how he hit the ball to right center, as Archie talked about so much the last time. He was really going well. So he says they want Zimmer to play center field, but he's going to play Austin Jackson until that bat cools off or he sees that he shouldn't do it.
I don't blame him. He's done a really nice job this year, and you can spell, you know, Zimmer out there against a tough lefty if he wants to. He can go to center field, play right, and he's earned the right to get more at bats the way he's swung the bat this year.
Yan Gomes batting with 2 aboard here in the 2nd inning. Takes a pitch, low and away, ball 1. Down low again, 2 balls, no strikes. And Chavez working himself into real trouble here. Came out firing a lot of strikes, being aggressive, and then after the back-to-back doubles, he's gone to nibbling. 3-0.
Well, it makes it a lot tougher when you get guys on base, and I know some pitchers, maybe that first time getting out of the stretch, he's had a tough time.
And the 3-0 is outside, ball 4. Back-to-back walks, and they're loaded up with 1 out.
This is what happened last night against Cincinnati. They walked the bottom part of the lineup, and it came around to hurt them. They got a couple of big base hits where they were able to score those walks. They'll play double play depth in the middle at the corners. They can come home if wanted. If they want to, depending on how hard the ball is hit.
Now Giovanni Urshela batting 9th tonight. And that's outside. Ball 1. Now Gio is a fairly aggressive swinger at the plate, but in this situation, he's just walked 2 in a row.
Better be patient.
You've got to make him throw a strikeout.
Walk 2 in a row and 5 straight. I mean, yes, you've got to make him get in the strike zone. You certainly do not want to help him out.
2-0, and out goes Maldonado, and Charlie Nagy's going to join the conversation.
Yeah, I don't blame him. For whatever reason, I don't know if he lost his arm slot or whatever, but everything is off the plate away to the right-handed hitters. He just can't seem to find his zone there. But he's going to try and settle him down and regroup. Balls and strikes.
I'll tell you what, I can't tell what's going on out there. You get the umpire out there, and fairly animated conversation. Bases are loaded, 1 out. Here's Urshela now standing in. Chavez from the windup. Missed again. And it's the same spot, Arch.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think he lost his arm slot, man, because he's pulling it away to the glove side.
Ball 4, and that one was the worst of all of them.
Yeah, you know, he's aiming it now.
2-0 Cleveland as Urshela picks up his first RBI on the year. 3 straight walks in the inning.
Wow, you don't even have to swing a bat. He's not happy with himself, nor should he be. when you can't find the strike zone, and I think the harder you try sometimes the worse it gets. He wanted to throw that one right down the middle and still couldn't. So the Indians get their second run in on 3 straight walks.
And he missed on the other side of the plate. Ball 1.
Boy, you get a base hit here, you have an opportunity to have that inning like they did against Toronto early in a ball game, a 3, 4, 5 run inning. Take a team right out of the ball game.
2-0.
Well,
it's not like he's getting squeezed. He's not even close.
You can't defend that. You cannot defend the walk. And now for the game, he's throwing more balls than strikes. 17 balls, 16 strikes. And, you know, there's nothing you can do defensively. Just sit and wait and hope he throws strikes and say, let's work. Let us work, boy. You know, he came into the game with just 34 walks in his 107 innings.
He finally finds the strike zone. Lost track, but he had missed 11 straight.
Wow. Yeah, you would think, holy smokes, a major league pitcher can't throw a strike in 11 straight pitches. It's hard to believe.
So 12 out of 13 he has misfired on. And now you got to believe he's just squeezing the life out of that baseball. Charlie Nagy just doesn't know what to do. Bases loaded, 1 out. And Chavez, 3-1 pitch. Zimmer clobbers it. Deep right center. Grand slam. He finally threw him a strike. And Zimmer swatted it out of here. And it's a 6-run second inning for Cleveland.
Boy, how do you like that for a closing argument there? It's Zimmer's 6th homer, but his first grand slam of his career. That's a fun trot around the bases. And you can put it on, and then there's nothing that Chavez could do except throw it down the middle. And I think Zimmer knew it, and he hit it out of the ballpark. 6 runs for the Indians, a big 6-run second inning.
Mike Scioscia's face is almost as red as his warm-up top. Watch the pitcher.
Oh, he knew it. He knew it. It's the 23rd home run he's allowed.
By the way, there's nobody warming in the Angels bullpen.
Yeah, there's. What are you going to say? It's his own fault. We're not throwing strikes.
Boy, he put a nice swing on that.
Yeah, he kept the head down, and you can see it was away right to the barrel head of the bat.
And he knew it. He pops one in the air to deep left. Back goes Ben Revere. That's out number 2. And the 9th man to bat in the inning will be Michael Brantley. It started with back-to-back doubles. And then Chavez got sideways when he walked 3 in a row. And then Bradley Zimmer brought the hammer down with a grand slam. And now Michael Brantley tees off, and he's just sent one out of here. Second home run of the inning, 7-0 Cleveland. Brantley's 7th home run of the season. His second on the homestand after he went more than 50 games without a home run.
Well, that's nice to see for Michael now to hit a couple of home runs in the last couple of games. So 9 men have been to the plate. They have 7 in the inning. No silent treatment today. That's a nice swing by Michael right there. He had a chance to extend it. And Chavez knew that one was out of here too. That was no question.
Watch Bradley Zimmer from the dugout when he sees it go out of here. Encarnacion pops one out of play. The inning started with a ringing double by Edwin off the. He short hopped the wall in left field. And he came around when Jose Ramirez followed that with a double. He caught a break when Carlos Santana was called out on a pitch that looked like it was well off the plate, but he couldn't take advantage.
Now the 4 hits in the inning, all extra base hits, 2 doubles, 2 homers, and then the 3 walks.
Ball 4.
You see that bullpen getting up now.
Now Redbird went deep into the books. How about the last Indians rookie with a grand slam was our old pal Lou Marson, and he did it against the Angels back in 2010.
Sweet Lou, huh? What if he's still out there in Scottsdale, Arizona?
He is.
If he is,
yep.
Shoot us a text if you're listening, Lou.
Jose Ramirez doubled in a run and scored earlier in the inning. The 11th man to bat. That was the 40th pitch of the inning. Popped out of play. Jose Alvarez, left-hander, is up in the Angels bullpen. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 down here in the second. Bradley Zimmer, his first career grand slam. And that's outside, full count. 26 balls, 26 strikes on the night for Jesse Chavez, who after that first inning has to wonder what happened. 1, 2, 3 in the first. Gives up 7 here in the second. Ramirez pops it up. Third baseman Yunel Escobar is there, and the side is retired. What an inning! Bradley Zimmer with a grand slam. Michael Brantley with a solo shot. 7-0 Cleveland. Cold one to stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Well, that sure changed in a hurry. 7-0 Cleveland. And Mike Clevenger goes to work here in the third. And a fastball strike over the outside corner. Caleb Cowart was just called up from AAA, where he batted .311 in 90 games this year. He was a first-round pick of the Angels back in 2010 when he was the Gatorade High School Player of the Year out of Georgia, where he hit .654 as a senior. And at the time that he graduated, that was the second highest high school batting average in state history.
What did he hit?
.654. And you figure if you're playing in Georgia, you're probably
pretty
playing
good. There's a
lot
pretty
of
good
games.
talent.
Yeah, not good talent. You're playing a lot of games as opposed to here in Northeastern Ohio. You play 20 games, you're probably lucky in high school for a senior year.
That may be anywhere though. If it's a law, I don't know if it's changed by
true.
the state.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's usually about 20 games. You're right. Not sure what it is, if it changes from state to state or not.
The 3-2. That's clobber. Deep. In the gap and off the wall. Zimmer fires towards second, but in safely with a leadoff double is Caleb Cowart.
Put a good swing on that ball. That's their second double and third hit. They had an opportunity in the second inning where they had 2 singles, but he gets the fastball out over the plate and smokes it into right center field, right off the Key Bank sign.
And it brings up Yunel Escobar. Struck out his first time up.
Well, this has been an offense where they have struggled, the Angels, this year. You know, you get down 7, and that's probably a good way you want to play them, attack them early, because they're 13th in batting average with a .240. They're 14th in runs scored, 13th in homers, 11th in walks. So offensively, they're on the bottom end of the spectrum.
Way out in front.
What they do is an offense too, and Mike Scioscia has done it for years. They stay aggressive. They're #1 in stolen bases with 85, but when you fall behind early, you really can't take a chance. You take that running game right away from them.
The 1-2. Able to lay off. Swung on and missed. And that's, you know, I like what I'm seeing from Clevenger, and that is, you mentioned not giving in. He continues to test the hitter's patience.
Yeah, but he makes it with a quality pitch. It's down, it's a slider down, it's late break, and it's there, and it's a teaser pitch. You know, even if you were to hit it, you would just, you know, weakly roll over on that ball right there. But I mean, it's just a great location. And once he gets ahead of the hitters, that's how you get your strikeouts. You expand the hitter's zones.
Big curveball, but it's up high to mark Mike Trout for ball 1. Trout struck out his first time up. Down and in. Fastball right at the knees, bottom of the zone, 2-1. And because Mike Clevenger has been able to consistently hit that spot, you'll get more of those calls. You know, if you're all over the place and then occasionally you make that perfect pitch down low, you might not get it. But he's been able to pepper that consistently now. Got in on him.
Every pitcher needs a go-to pitch when you fall behind the count like 2-0, especially to a great hitter like Trout. And what he does, that's the one thing Clevenger's done this year. He's been able to throw that fastball down, away, on the knees at the corner. You know, give me a strike when I have to get one if you try and throw a few breaking balls early. But not a lot of pitchers do that. A lot of pitchers still try to trick you when they're ahead. But he's got a good low fastball he can go to when needed.
A little low.
Well, there you go. He tried to dot the outside with the fastball here. See if he comes back with that same slider we saw where he got Escobar, where it's down and away and a teaser pitch.
(3-2). Bounced it, and that's ball 4. Going up to third on the wild pitch is Cowart.
I don't know if he rolled over on his ankle or what. Maybe tried to overthrow that pitch a little bit. Not sure. But it'll be his first walk. And on the wild pitch.
Let's go down to Andre, who has more on the glove fiasco.
Yes, Redbird helped me out with this because we've been looking it up. But Rule 3.07 basically says pitcher can't have a white or gray glove or distracting glove. That's what goes into that. So the gray, I guess, is the problem, saying it's too light. That's the best we've been able to figure out so far with why they would make him take over.
Well, if it's in the rule book, then that's why the umpires probably made him do it. Nobody had to complain about it.
The only question is how's he gotten this far with it? It's not like that's the first time he's brought that thing out.
Good point.
Well, I think it comes down to, you know, again, if nobody complained, then it was just the fact that Bill Miller, the crew chief, was looking at it and it didn't look right to him and he said something. Another umpire might look at it and think, what's the big deal? To third, Urshela's got it, goes back to first, not in time, as Mike Trout just barely dove back in ahead of the throw. So Albert Pujols stung it, but Urshela grabbed it for out number 2.
Had to make that throw all the way across the diamond too. You know, I don't know if he had a tough time getting it out. No, not really. It was right there, and Trout again going head first. You know, he's got that glove on that other thumb that he had the surgery on. You could see it, the UV glove.
Yeah, here's the other thing too, Arch. Major League Baseball has this deal coming up here where it's I forget the exact name, but they're going to let players wear nicknames. They're going to let them wear different colored jerseys and different colored shoes.
Right.
And yet a gray glove is cause for the umpire issuing.
Yeah.
Tell him.
Well, maybe Clevenger can wear that glove that weekend. We'll see if he's pitching.
Cole Calhoun flied to center, his first time up. And that's driven and gone.
Well,
Cole Calhoun smashes one out of here for his 13th home run of the year. And that is a big 3-run homer for the Angels. Gives them a little life here in the 3rd inning.
Sure does. And that he got everything on that pitch.
It's only the 8th home run allowed by Clevenger in this almost his 69th inning of work this year.
Well, there you see a fastball, and it was down the middle. And Calhoun did not miss it. It was down in the lower part of the zone, and it shoots out here. So a big 3-run home run. And they answer that 7th spot. So you're right. It gives them some new life over there in that dugout.
Low and away. That's out of play down the right side. So Andrelton Simmons, who had a check swing single his first time up. Chopper just over the reach of Clevenger. Backhanded by Ramirez, but he throws it wide of Santana, and it went into the photo pit, and so Simmons gets second base.
Well, that was a do or die play for Ramirez. It'll probably be a base hit and an error on the throw from Ramirez.
That's exactly the ruling.
Let's see. He could only get it and get rid of it as quickly as possible. He throws it past Santana, who couldn't. He would really, it was so hard he couldn't move, and he couldn't go to the backhanded side. Now I'm thinking that thing was down. You see, he gets down on his knee. He just goes off the tip of his glove. So base hit and an error. So the inning continues.
Luis Valbuena fly to deep center his first time up, and it takes a breaking ball down on the dirt, and it counts 1-1. So the Angels fighting back here, showing some life with 3 runs on the board, and they're making Clevenger throw a lot of pitches in the process.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the 3rd inning. Clevenger's at 62 pitches. Chavez had over a 40 pitch inning in the 2nd.
And a smash up the gut. Ramirez can't handle it, and another run scores. So this inning is getting away from him as the Angels come right back. They've put 4 on the board, and they're about to send their 8th man to the plate in the inning.
Well, they're right back in the ball game, and I think this ball went off the end of the glove of Ramirez.
Looked like it did.
You know, it's a tough hop, granted, but he gets over there, goes off the end of the glove and into center field, so that'll be another single. In a 4-run inning, they're back in the ball game. That big inning brings them right back. You talk about giving them a little confidence on that first game, where that 7-run inning could have taken them right out of it. And give their offense credit. They come right back and do some damage to Clevenger, because that's already 6 hits. And when you look at Mike, only, you got to go back to June 22nd against Baltimore when they had 6 hits. Most he's given up in any game this year was 8. That was his 2nd start against Kansas City. But Goody is already up in that bullpen.
Well, this is going to be the 30th pitch of the inning for Clevenger. What a weird night.
Yeah, it is.
The bottom of the 2nd saw the Indians send 11 men to the plate, scoring 7 times. And now here in the top of the 3rd, Ben Revere, the 8th man to bat. 4 are in. And Revere scalded a double to right his first time up. Chops this one back to Clevenger, and the inning is over. Cole Calhoun, though, with one big blast, has the Angels right back in it, down 7-4, middle of the third. Here's our great clip of the game from last night. Carlos Santana in the 7th inning led off with a solo home run. And then in the 8th inning with one out, bases empty, he hit another home run, but he did it from both sides of the plate. Takes down low, ball one.
Yeah, it was control that hurt Chavez back in the 2nd inning.
Almost surprised to see him back
well,
out there.
You know what? He said, okay, we're back in this ball game. I don't want to go to my bullpen in the, in a 3-game series this early. So we're going to go see if I guarantee he'll be on a short leash if he cannot find the strike zone, because they did have a left-hander up and getting loose, probably ready to come into the ball game.
That just did catch the outside corner.
Well, Santana was the strikeout that he was able to get in that 2nd inning. Might have got a little help on a pitch from the outside, but he's 3-2 again. And he gets it. Went inside that time.
That was perhaps a generous call. I know he's called a few times. He's made that low pitch call, but this looked like it was
take a peek
out of the zone.
That's too close to take. Too close to take here. Got to at least foul it off or offer at it. Here he comes now. He's starting to get that rhythm back. He feels like he's found the strike zone, so he gets that ball and stays right on the rubber.
Austin Jackson, he drew the walk that started the downfall of Chavez in the second inning. It was the first of 3 straight walks in the inning. Just missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I don't know if it was up or it was away. I see Santa Claus down there at first baseline going after that ball.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
You know, it's Christmas in July, Arch. Well, it's July 25th.
Okay. Thought I was seeing something.
Wow. Did you like how I played that off as though it was just, of course, it's July 25th.
Yeah. Well, that's the 7th month. Look at Santa. He's taking selfies. I think he's fake.
1-2. Okay, Trump. That's outside, and it's 2-2. Austin Jackson was down, no balls, 2 strikes. And he pops this back out of play.
He's calling off some tough pitches to stay alive there in this count. Chavez working. He's thrown 67 pitches to this point, with 1 out here in the 3rd.
How about that? Full count. This is a test of patience, and those 2 men are running out of it. Jackson stays alive. Yan Gomes waiting on deck. We're in the 3rd. The Indians with a 7-run second. The Angels with a 4-run top half of this inning. And the 11th pitch of the at-bat coming to Austin Jackson.
Boy, you want to talk about making somebody work to get you out, if he can even do it. Jackson walked in his last at bat. He's fouled off 6 with 2 strikes.
Broke his bat, and he's going to dump a single into center field.
Boy, oh boy, you talk about earning it. That's a great, I mean a great at bat right there. Even though it cost him the bat, hey, sorry, it fell in. And Scioscia's seen enough. He said, okay, I'm not going to watch anymore. But I'll tell you, what a terrific at-bat. Slider off the end, but he was on everything, fouling it off 6 foul balls, and then finally puts 1 in play and gets the single.
Well, that's going to be it for Jesse Chavez. He heads to the dugout and beyond. And Mike Scioscia is going to make the Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen, and we'll be right back.
head to the ballpark for some day baseball on Thursday when the Indians host the Angels at 12 o'clock. 10,000 fans will receive a rally together picnic blanket, and that'll be courtesy of Liberty Ford. Great tickets remain at Indians.com.
Keenan Middleton coming on for the Angels. After Jesse Chavez went just 2 1/3 innings. Leaves after the broken bat single by Austin Jackson. Up high, ball 1. Yan Gomes drew a walk, scored in the second. Hope he packed a lunch. We may be here a while.
Yeah, that's Middleton, 23 years old. Pitched in 30 first half games. He was 2-0 with an ERA at 4. Became the first member of the Angels 13 draft class to reach the major leagues. And you know, this bullpen, and I'm sure it's changed a lot throughout the course of the season. Last 20 games, they've been very good when it comes to inherited runners. And they're ranked #1 at 22% of allowing guys, you know, when that bullpen comes in with runners on base to not score. And you know, I think the major league average is right around 30%. So he's coming on with a man on first and 1 out.
Two and 2. Austin Jackson fouled 6 pitches off. Gomes has now fouled 2 back, so that's 8 foul balls here already in the inning. And there's a ground ball up the middle into center field. And stopping at second base is Austin Jackson. And right back come the Indians now with back-to-back singles with 1 out here in the 3rd. Injury report tonight brought to you by the attorneys at Elk & Elk. This is what you were referring to earlier, the host of halos on the DL that could otherwise be part of the pitching picture for the Angels.
I mean, they've got, let me see, Shoemaker, Richard, Skaggs, and Haney. They're all starters. Tropiano.
Gio Urshela drew a bases loaded walk and drove in a run his last time up. But in that at bat, he was almost forced to be patient because of the back-to-back walks preceding. You see, this time he goes up and swings at that first fastball that's in the dirt. Grounds this one right at the shortstop, and it's an inning-ending double play. We played 3, the Indians 7, the Angels 4.
And there's Santa Claus spending some of his offseason here in Cleveland. The Indians lead the Angels 7-4, fourth inning. A lot happening in New York tonight, though. First of all, we've got this very unconventional triple play. Not that a triple play is ever conventional, but a run will actually score on this. There were 2 outs there on the double play. Now make it a triple play right here. And then Jordan Montgomery for the Yankees. He has a no-hitter going through 5. Matt and Rick, back to you.
That's one way to get a triple play.
Yeah, that ball was going all over the infield. But
Sure was.
They turned the triple play. First ball swinging. Great diving stop by Urshela. Gets up. Plenty of time. Throws out Martin Maldonado for out number 1.
Well, Urshela takes 1 step, and down he goes to catch the ball, get right back up and make the throw across. A 1-hopper? No, it's a 2-hopper.
You might be surprised to hear who thinks Giovanni Urshela is the Indians' best third baseman. I'll let Andre Knott fill you in.
Oh, I can tell you after Gio made a play a couple nights ago, or maybe 2 nights ago, where they get over to the side, and as you know, Jose always is near me, and Jose Ramirez grabbed him, yelled at me. He goes, "Who's the best third baseman on this team?" And I looked at him scared, and he goes, "This guy." He thinks Gio is the best third baseman that he's seen not only on his team, but he thinks in the American League defensively.
Well, defensively, he's made every play. I mean, diving stops, great throws, charging in on a bunt play or a little slow chopper. And during this time of injuries where the Indians have been without Jason Kipnis and without Lonnie Chisenhall, the biggest thing that Terry Francona wanted to see from Urshela and Eric Gonzalez when he's had opportunities to play is defense. Give me the defense. We'll figure out the offensive part of things. And Urshela has certainly lived up to his billing with the glove. 2-2. Caleb Court fouls it out of play. He doubled and scored in the 3rd. But Arch, I always think it's when you hear the players always know. The guys who are on the field, they know. So when you hear them say it, it's not, you know, it's not someone trying to inflate a guy's worth. It's not somebody, you know, throwing a bunch of wasted hyperbole out there. When the player says, "No, he's really good."
Well, Lindor played with him in the minor leagues, you know, and if he says he's the best third baseman we have, I can believe that. I don't know about the league because I'd have to see a lot more time than that, than what I've seen him play.
3-2, got him looking. And Mike Clevenger with his 5th strikeout tonight, and there are 2 down in the inning.
Well, take a look. It's going to be down, and that ball's moving away, and that's been called. And that's, I'll tell you what, hitters are not going to swing at that pitch all night long. And if he continues to ring them up, that pitch is off the plate. I'm sorry to say, but he's made it a couple of times tonight where he's called it. It's off the dish. That's very generous. I'd continue to go there against left-handers if I'm the pitcher.
Yunel Escobar checks, and it's outside. Boy, you look at Yunel Escobar, and it's hard to believe he's 34 years old already. Came up with Atlanta. We saw him, of course, many years ago with Toronto and then Tampa Bay. And he finds a hole straight up the middle in a 2-out single. Keeps the inning alive. Snaps an 0 for 16 slump for Yunel Escobar. And he's now 9 hits away from 1,500 in his career. Our stat of the game is brought to you by Buick. And if you look at Mike Trout and his career numbers through 866 games and you lay him over the top of Willie Mays,
That's really close.
Pretty similar.
Yeah, I'd say. No question about it.
And the Say Hey Kid has him in homers and RBI. Overall hits.
That's pretty impressive when you're looking at one of the game's all-time best. After 866 games, that's very impressive.
Well, he's also about to become part of a very small fraternity. His next home run will make him only the 4th player to have 6 20-homer seasons before his age 26 season begins, which he won't turn 26 until next month. So he's just one of those guys who, regardless of how his team's doing, he continues to produce and put up the same numbers.
Yeah, two-time MVP, but runner-up, I think, 3 different times.
And Matt, as you talk about the peers and guys that play, understand and know about who's good and who's not, the first time Trout came up, every guy in the Indians dugout looked up at the scoreboard and they all said, wow. And he missed 3 weeks.
Yeah,
look at his
right.
number. They all are just amazed when he comes up to bat.
Yeah, he missed 39 games.
That ball scalded. Left center in the gap. Zimmer trying to cut it off. He will. And that might save a run because Escobar has to stop at third. And with 2 down, that could be a big play.
It saves a run, no doubt. You cut that ball off from going to the wall, and Escobar has to hold up. So that's just good hustle, but this is his zone. He loves a ball down. And he strokes it nicely into left center field, but cut off nicely by Zimmer. So again, Clevenger's going to have second and third with 2 outs. That happened back in the 2nd inning. Second and third with 2 outs, he got out of it. Then they were able to score the 4 spot in the 3rd, and now he's got to get out of it again with 2 outs, runners at 2nd and 3rd.
Tell you what else, makes you feel good about the game of Major League Baseball is that Mike Trout, as big a star as he is in the game, and as much as people want a piece of his time each and every place he goes, he always makes time to sign autographs, to be friendly with fans and well-wishers. He's just a good person.
Well,
what kind of guy you root for.
What did Johnny Mack tell us a couple of years ago when he was playing with? You know, the guys, everybody wants his time and every stop he makes, and he's one of the most gracious people around.
Yeah. Albert Pujols.
Nice block.
A good one by Gomes to keep it in front.
Beautiful block.
Great a guy is, when Terry Francona first met Mike Trout, he was working for ESPN doing the jobs that we do. His first one-on-one interview was with Mike Trout. They got through it. Tito messed up at the end, surprise, surprise. And Trout had already taken his mic off, right? He had walked out of the room. When he heard Tito had messed up, he came back in and said, Mr. Francona, how can I help you fix this? Redid the whole interview with him. Tells you all you need to know about Mike Trout.
If it was you and me, he'd have said, beat it.
No doubt.
No, he is, and you know, we don't want to embarrass people, but we've heard a lot of stories about the things that he has done, the gestures that he has made, and it doesn't take a lot of prodding. It's like, hey, Mike, would you please? And boom, yes, sir, takes care of it. Now the 1-2. Another good stop by Gomes. I just think, Arch, in this day and age, we hear so many things about when athletes go wrong, when they do the wrong thing, when they say the wrong thing, they act up in public. We hear all this. We don't hear all the good things that a lot of these guys do. And the ones that are good should be celebrated.
Everybody's looking for wrecks or for the negative. They're not looking for the positive a lot of times.
Clevenger's 2-2. Oh, my, that almost picked off Yunel Escobar.
Yeah, you watch where he gets now, the next pitch. That's scary when you're, 70 feet, 80 feet away from the hitter when he hits the ball. Look at it, he's right there and it's coming your way. He would have had no chance. If that ball was at him, it would have got him. He wouldn't have been able to get out of the way.
Boy, it looked like Mike was going to have himself a quick inning. But the single by Escobar that went right through the middle of the diamond kept the inning alive. Then Trout doubles. Now he's having to work really hard to get Pujols. In the air to left. Back goes Brantley. Still going back. He makes a terrific running catch to save the day and end the inning. He saves at least 2 runs and maybe more. A phenomenal effort by left fielder Michael Brantley. showing you why they call him Dr. Smooth. Baseball break. Jose Altuve last night, a ho-hum 4-for-4 performance, except it's the second consecutive 4-hit game he has. He's got a 16-game hitting streak.
And he's only hit 365 this year. I think he's hitting about 430 on the road this year. What an amazing year. That guy's just a hit machine.
Now the Angels go right back to the bullpen after Keenan Middleton got the double play ball to get out of the inning. And Jose Alvarez, left-hander, will come on to pitch the 4th inning. Generally speaking, it's not a good night when you're into your 3rd pitcher in the 4th inning.
No, it's not, but they're still in the ball game. Here's the thing: you would think a 7-run inning, especially in the 2nd, might take them out of it, but they responded. Still a lot of baseball to be played, and they're only down 3.
Bradley Zimmer with a grand slam in the 2nd inning. And he lines one to right field. That'll be a base hit. The 2nd of the night.
You know, we say they're only down 3. If it wasn't for that play to Michael Brantley, it would have been maybe 1.
This was the slam for Zimmer in the 2nd. It was a no-doubter.
Yeah, a nice trot around the bases. First career grand slam. I'm sure they'll get the ball for him.
Now Francisco Lindor 0 for 2 tonight, has struck out fly to left. And a fastball strike to the outside corner. See what kind of read Zimmer can get on Alvarez. Ball's in the dirt. Throw, and Zimmer got picked.
Yeah.
If he'd have just gone back to the bag, he would have been fine. He didn't anticipate a bad throw, and he was thinking, uh-oh, I'm in no man's land. I might have to get myself into a rundown. And by the time he realized the throw was offline, he was too late.
Well, he saw it go in, and then he slipped, and he went back up, and he couldn't get back in time. So Maldonado very quick behind the plate, and he catches Zimmer in between.
And of course, Lindor lines one into center field for a base hit.
That always happens, doesn't it? You get caught stealing, or you get picked off, or something happens. The next guy gets a base hit.
Well, Michael Brantley coming to the plate. He's already done damage with his bat. And he robbed Albert Pujols right there of a double and 2 runs batted in.
Well,
for
that was like a wide receiver going into the end zone right there. He had a perfect stride to it. When he put the glove in, it went right into the glove, and a great route. And yeah, that saved the ball. They could have been down 1.
And a routine chopper to second. They'll get 1 there, but cannot turn the double play. Brantley's at first with 2 down. It's going to bring up Edwin Encarnacion. And I think they're probably talking over right now. What do you want to do? Encarnacion has thrived against left-handed pitching since the middle of May. He's batted .338 against lefties. And he's in a pretty good place right now swinging the bat. He's got 6 hits in his last 15 at-bats. A homer, 6 driven in. He's scored 5 times, and he's drawn 5 walks. Oh,
over the Zaris glove. Yes, could I have a baseball with my salad, please?
Blisters another one foul, third base side.
You watch, that's his fastball there, so you know he can't get it by him. So I'd be surprised if he throws anything harder or try to. He throws something a little bit slower if he hits him that far foul.
Well, he's ahead in the count 0-2, so Alvarez doesn't have to throw him a strike. You would imagine he'll try to get him to chase.
Send out congratulations to Jake and Ashley Pease. They just had their first baby, Priscilla Faye, born a couple days ago. He was a fantasy camper last year, so congratulations to the Pease family.
Yes, indeed. Again, an 0-2 count for Edwin. Brantley down at first. And that's up out of the zone. Low, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Tell that Encarnacion is seeing the ball well. As he sees picking it up right out of the hand.
Full count.
So from 0-2 to 3-2. We've been saying that a lot lately with a lot of different hitters.
Yeah. Collectively, I mean, not just Edwin, but collectively, you've got a number of guys that just right now they seem to be seeing the ball very well. Outside, ball 4. So there are 2 on and 2 out for Jose Ramirez.
going out again. Talk to him about the Ramirez at bat.
Ramirez doubled to right center in the second inning. And he popped up to end that same inning. He was the 11th man to bat.
You got to be going over what signs they're going to use if you call in the middle infielders.
On the year, Ramirez has batted .306 from the right side of the plate. And he takes ball one. And now Jose Alvarez following suit. He's thrown 14 pitches, 7 balls, 7 strikes. That was the problem for starter Jesse Chavez. 2-0.
Well, you know he's sick of watching it. You know it's a tough way to pitch when you get to good hitters and you start pitching behind the count. It's awfully tough to get them out.
And that pitch barely nicked the corner of the zone. It's 2-1. Outfield actually shades Ramirez a bit the other way, as if he were a left-handed pull hitter, and he promptly yanks one foul left side out of play. Just a beautiful night here at Progressive Field. 71 degrees at game time. Not much of a breeze at all. What breeze we had early is for the most part died down. Temperature going to start warming up the next couple of days. Same two teams tomorrow night, and then Thursday a noon game to wrap up the homestand. 2-2. Ball 3. Full count. These are the games where it has to be difficult to be a manager, just from the standpoint that I think most human beings, our patience isn't the greatest, and you have to have a lot of patience to be a manager, to not just want to start chucking things onto the field. Or just going back to the bullpen. Get this guy out, or give me somebody else.
Well, you only have so many guys you can bring in, so.
The runners will be off on the 3-2 pitch, and it's in the dirt. Ball 4. Yet another walk, and they're loaded.
Yeah, this is what got him in trouble before, and Santana can get a base hit. Out comes Nagy.
Could you see Bill Parcells as a baseball manager? You know, I mean, there's just certain guys, certain personalities that just wouldn't work in baseball. You do have to have, I think, an abundance of patience in that manager's role. It's not that they don't have, you know, the competitive juices flowing. It's not that they don't have that burn and feel the anger that even the most casual fan would feel watching this game, but they have to suppress it. They can't let the other guys in the dugout see.
Not at all. But then again, you know, this bullpen has really done a nice job for them over the course of the year. Today, it hasn't been so hot. You know, I mean, it started with the start. You're going to have games like this out of 162 games. You're going to have some times where you want to go, oh my gosh, how can this happen? It looks bad. Where every pitch it's 2-2, 3-2 with every hitter. That happens to every team, every staff. Now, if the Indians get a base hit here and really make that hurt, you think about it, Zimmer was picked out first, who led this inning off with a base hit.
Yeah. Well, and Carlos Santana's the one guy who hasn't joined the party yet tonight. He's 0 for 2 and has struck out both times looking. Takes outside, ball 1.
Well, if this guy's having a tough time throwing strikes, you would figure that it's going to be 3-2 to Santana before you know it.
Every other Indian starter has at least a hit or a walk tonight. So hopefully Santana can join the club right here. Way out in front of that. 1-1.
Well, it looked like a changeup. It was, and that was out of the zone, not even close. And instead of 2-0, it's 1-1.
Maldonado wanted that call, didn't get it. 2 balls and a strike. Tried to go inside and nick the corner. Michael Brantley's at third. Edwin Encarnacion at second. Ramirez down at first. That's outside. 3-1.
Well, it's the same pitch he swung at. So now we got a 3-1 count. The crowd's starting to get into it. They want to see some more runs score. There were 3 walks in the second inning when they scored the 7 runs. They have 2 walks in this inning and a 3-1 count to Santana.
Maldonado asks for time. Because why wouldn't you?
Well, there's been no flow to this ball game from the outset.
3-1 pitch. Called a strike and a full count. Not a great pitch to swing at, and
that was a strike, though.
Kind of a borderline pitch, so you're not going to go after that, I wouldn't think. Now 3-2, different story.
Told you it'd be 3-2 before he walked in.
Everybody moves on the payoff pitch. And a routine ground ball to short. And Simmons will throw him out. Indians leave him loaded. We've played 4, 7-4 Cleveland. Baseball is brought to you by Levin Furniture. For the best deals on furniture and mattresses, shop Levin's. And by Cleveland Clinic, Express Care online. Download it now for free. Well, it's a 7-4 Indians lead, but an opportunity wasted by the Tribe there. Bases loaded, a chance to really do some damage, but unable to cash in. They've left some runners out here in the last 2 innings, but they still have a 3-run lead. And as Mike Clevenger goes to work here in the 5th inning, he'll face Cole Calhoun, Andrelton Simmons, and Luis Valbuena. And Calhoun's the one that got him for the big 3-run homer in the 3rd. His first home run since the All-Star break, but it was tattooed.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be Clevenger's last inning if he could get through it. Nick Goody's up and throwing in the Indians bullpen, and Clevenger is at 87 pitches.
You know, it hasn't been one of Mike's better games tonight, but I'll go back to something that Tito said before the game. And that was that the one thing that Clevenger's gotten better at is not walking people and creating that traffic on base that's made him have to work hard to get through innings that's of his own doing. Tonight he's only walked one, and that was Mike Trout, and that was very understandable.
And he did come around to score.
But he did come around to score, and that was part of that inning in which he allowed the 4 runs, and the error, of course, didn't help. But, you know, he's throwing more strikes. He's attacking. He's being aggressive.
Oh, he's been pitching great. You're right. This is one of those games that just one inning got away from him. He's had 3 July starts this year, 2-0 with a .50 ERA.
Well, the starting rotation in July has been phenomenal.
Yeah, it has. They've done an outstanding job. And, you know, they're starting to feed off each other. They're feeling it. And now in the last 3 games, the Indians have been able to go out and score early to take a little bit of pressure off those starters.
Yeah, coming into tonight, the Indians starting staff had the best ERA in the league in the month of July, 2.97. Curveball just missed.
Yeah, he doesn't throw many curveballs, but you know, when he has a good one, it can certainly help. And he's just missed with it a few times tonight. I don't know if he has a feel for it.
Is a walk with 1 out here in the inning. In-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Indians jumped on Jesse Chavez with a 7-run second inning. Bradley Zimmer with a grand slam. Michael Brantley with a solo shot. It was 7-0 until Cole Calhoun got into one, as the Angels responded, a 3-run homer, and they put up 4 in the 3rd. And now Luis Valbuena looks at a ball down low, and Gomes has to go out to Clevenger. And it is weird because it just seems like it's one of those nights it doesn't matter who is out there on the mound.
Yeah.
People are having trouble throwing strikes consistently.
He is, no doubt. I think Gomes is trying to, let's go. Let's get aggressive.
I mean, nobody for the Angels.
He came out of the chute in the first inning, and he was locked in, man, the first 3 hitters of the ball game. And then it started to sort of get away from him a little bit after that.
Two and 0.
He's not commanding that fastball like he normally does.
Valbuena sends a high drive deep center. Zimmer's out of room, and it's out of here, and Luis Valbuena has made it a 1-run game. His 10th home run of the year, giving him 5 straight seasons of 10 homers or more. And this game is far from over. The Angels have now scored 6 straight runs to close the gap to a single run. And that's going to be it for Mike Clevenger, as Terry Francona heads to the mound to make a move to the bullpen. Clevenger goes 4 1/3. And the new Indians pitcher is Nick Goody. disappointed. Mike Clevenger pondering what went wrong here tonight in the Indians dugout. Meanwhile, Nick Goody is going to come on now for the Indians in the 5th inning. 36th appearance of the year, and all of a sudden what looked like it was going to be a romp and a runaway for the Indians is now a nail-biter.
Well, I knew after those Angels got the 4 1/3, it's a brand new ball game when they were down 3. And they were coming close, and there's a long way to go in this game. This is just a 1-run game now. So now it's up to that. It's a bullpen game.
Ben Revere, 1 for 2 with a double on the night. Tell you one thing about Nick Goody. This is pretty impressive here. He's thrown at least 2 strikes in his first 3 pitches to better than 80% of the hitters that he's faced in the last month. That's 3rd best out of all qualified relief
Well, you
pitchers.
look at him, what he's done. All hitters are hitting just 190 off him. Left-handers 128. They're 5 for 39. Right-handers 218. So, you know, he's a guy that comes out. That slider has been tough. We noticed it right from the get-go this year. Just from the swing, some of the hitters are taking on his slider. He's been outstanding for the Indians this year.
Got him. Struck him out. Pops loose from Gomes. He'll throw down to first to record the out. 1 away, or 2 down, excuse me. First man that Goody faces, he retires here in the 5th.
There you go. Take a look at it. There's the slider. There's the swing and the miss. He did not foul that off. It comes out of the glove of Gomes, so he will just flip it to first.
And it will bring up Martin Maldonado, 0 for 2 on the night. Right back.
Send out some birthday wishes. Dorothy Beasley of Bryan is 89. Nancy Evans of Westlake is 82. Phyllis Butts is turning 70, and Rosalie Thomas of Sandusky 70 as well. Happy birthday to you all.
And here he is again, Nick Goody, right back 0-2. Fouled back, out of play. Well, you saw the left-handed hitting Ben Revere swing and miss at the slider. And right-handed hitters are the ones normally that have a tough time just getting the bat on the ball. He gets a lot of swings and misses facing right-handed hitters. One ball, 2 strikes. Swung on and missed. There's another swing and miss against the right-handed hitter against Nick Goody. But Luis Valbuena, the former Indian, with a 2-run homer. He's driven in 3 on the night, and the Angels are within a run. Normally when our good buddy Andre Knott goes to the bank, it's to make a withdrawal. But today he was in a charitable mood, and down at the Cleveland Food Bank, he was working hard with lots of volunteers.
Yes, it was a great day at the Greater Food Bank. But here's what's going on. Going to step up to the plate today, and not today. And what we're doing, we're having a competition with the Kansas City Royals. They will have this same thing going on, and we're basically trying to raise $10,000 and also beat Kansas City. Each dollar donated to the food bank allows us to provide 4 nutritious meals to kids. It was a great event. Most of the bullpen was there today. Most of the wives were there today. And really, like we said, we're just trying to do something great for both of these communities here in Cleveland and in Kansas City. Go to stepuptotheplate.today, where you can track the dollars raised for each team's food bank during the 2 series, August 18th through the 20th against Kansas City, and when they come here, August 25th through the 27th.
Nice. All right, thanks, Andre. Indians are also trying to beat the Royals in the standings. Kansas City leads Detroit 3-1. They're in the 7th. The KC Ball Club just a game and a half back of the Indians, 2 back in the loss column in the Central. Indians, meanwhile, facing yet another Royals pitcher. This is their 4th of the night. We're in the 5th. But the Indians' lead that was 7-0 is down to a run. And Austin Jackson leading off fouls one back. Yusmeiro Petit has Jackson down on the count 0-2. And just
pretty good pitch.
Outside.
Pretty good pitch there. Now you see on the other side of the plate, it is a little wider. This one I thought was a pretty good pitch coming in, and it's just off the plate. He doesn't get the call there. He's sitting on the inside corner.
That one came back over the heart of the plate, fouled back.
Well, Austin had a great at bat. His last at bat when he got the base hit, what was it, about a 12 pitch at bat?
Yeah.
It was really a good at bat where he was down and he worked it back into a full count and fouled off 6 pitches. Ended up getting a base hit.
Just missed.
I'll tell you, man, that means, you see, he hasn't played in a while. It's the same spot. It called the ball before. It's a breaking ball, but he lays off of it. So he's done that all year long. He's really had a good approach at the plate and a good eye.
And he lines another base hit into center field. So back-to-back hits tonight for Austin Jackson. He's also walked and scored a run.
How about that? Coming off the DL, he's been on base all 3 times, 2 for 2. And there's another outstanding pitch right there in that count, but he finds a way to put it in play and get a base hit. That's hit number 9. Both teams now with 9 hits. So the Indians looking to do a little add-on now because it's been 6 unanswered runs by the Angels.
Yusmeiro Petit facing Yan Gomes. With Jackson at first, pitch is called a strike. Keeping a close eye on Austin Jackson.
Yeah, you know, all that's coming from the dugout from Mike Scioscia. He controls the running game over there. Jackson has not even tried to steal a base yet this year.
Found out of play. Runner goes. Called a strike, and they got a double play. Strike him out, throw him out, 2 down. Gomes took one right down the slot. I mean, this was right down Broadway.
It was. It's right there. Oh, yes. Plenty of the plate and a very good throw to complete the double play.
So that'll bring up Giovanni Urshela. That's called a strike, and it's 0-2. He did not go. Pitch up high, missed. Swung on and missed. Urshela went fishing, and Petit gets out of the inning. We head to the 6th. Indians lead it by a run.
Promotional items you want this season by purchasing a promo pass for an additional $5. You receive your item no matter what time you arrive at the ballpark. Just go to Indians.com for all the details.
In the top of the 6th inning, leading off for Los Angeles, number 22, Caleb Coward.
Well, we go now to the 6th inning. Doesn't it feel like we've only played 5? You kidding me?
Well, there's been a lot of pitches in this ball game, a lot of deep counts.
Line drive smash in the right. This kid can swing the bat.
Yes, he can.
Second hit of the night for Caleb Cowart, and Angels have their leadoff man aboard.
Well, you throw that fastball, and what's he do? He responds. It was elevated a little bit out over the plate. So that's a second good swing. He's put on a fastball tonight. And the tying run is on base for the Angels.
Top of the order, Yunel Escobar, 1 for 3 on the night. And a breaking ball misses, 1-0. Brian Shaw getting loose now in the Cleveland pen. Yunel Escobar with that base hit. His last time up snapped an 0 for 16 slump and leaves him 9 shy of the 1,500 hit mark in his career. Trying to become one of 11 Cuban natives to hit 1,500, to get 1,500 hits in his career, and that gets by Zimmer, and that's a lot of trouble now. Cowart's going to come all the way around and score from first. Escobar's trying for third. They've got him dead to rights, and he'll be out. 1 away.
Yeah, there was a mistake right there made by Bradley Zimmer in center.
We have a tie ball game, though.
You know, you still had the lead, so you give the base hit, and he wasn't going to catch that ball, and he couldn't stop it. So he's very lucky that it was Escobar running. And they were able to get him at third base. But the tying run scores, so it's now a 7-7 ball game. You give the base hit in that situation, and if he goes to third, so be it. You still have the double play alive, but they get it out, the run scores, and Goody's done for the evening.
Nice pick at the end of that play by Urshela to get the tag on Escobar for the first out in the inning. 7-7 ball game. We'll be right back. Brian Shaw. Shaw, the 48th appearance of the year. Once again, the workhorse for the Indians out of the bullpen. And he's got, talk about doing the dirty work. He's got Mike Trout and then Albert Pujols, possibly Cole Calhoun if anybody reaches. Trout swings, fouls it out of play. doubled in the fourth, giving him 15 of those on the year.
He's thrown 2 pitches and 2 pretty healthy hacks there by Mike Trout.
Wow. This strike zone's really weird tonight. You know, there have been some pitches that have been called that were clearly off the plate, out of the strike zone. That pitch looked like it's right there.
Again, wasn't there a close pitch call with this guy in the box earlier in the game?
That's true.
You got to think who's hitting, situations.
And now it's 2-2. Sure, it's got people in both dugouts scratching their head tonight. Now the 2-2. And tried to get him to chase. He wouldn't do it. Full count. It's just amazing to me, with 2 strikes as close as those pitches are, that Trout wouldn't go after it. Tells you the kind of confidence he has.
That's what I think. When you sit down and you face a Brian Shaw, you're thinking, I'm going to look for that cutter, and you're going to look for it running away from you as a right-handed hitter. But that one was a very good pitch that was called a ball. I think if he threw it again, he'd swing at it.
He does.
Oh, boy.
He tops it right out in front of the plate.
Can't get it any easier than that.
2 down. Albert Pujols coming up is 0 for 3 tonight, but back on June 3rd with the bases loaded off Irvin Santana. Became a member of the 600 home run club.
Well, that is amazing. 600, and he did it in grand fashion. You know, this guy has over 1,200 extra base hits in his career. That's amazing. He's not yet to the 3,000 hit mark, but 1,200 extra base hits. And you'll see one of 3 players, 600 homers and doubles. That's very, very impressive. Well, you remember when he was in St. Louis, everyone says they can't leave. He can't leave, can he? You figure he would be there forever.
Yeah.
The numbers he put up and the career that he had, and
but the money that Artie Moreno threw at him to come to the Angels. Off the end of the bat, Ramirez runs it down, makes the catch. Well, we'll go to the bottom of the 6th, tied at 7. by Miller Lite. Back in the second inning, Bradley Zimmer with the bases loaded. Hit his first career grand slam. And at the end of the second inning, you figured, well, this is going to be a rout. Indians are up 7-0. But the Angels have scored 7 unanswered to tie it.
Yeah, this has been a run of 7s. It's taken the Angels, 4 innings to score their 7, but the Indians haven't been able to add on.
He called that a strike. 0-1 pitch. And Zimmer didn't get much behind that swing. Popped it up. Center field. Trout takes it. 1 down.
To the plate now for the Yankees, first shortstop, Francisco Lindor.
Yusmeiro Petit is one of those guys that I'm sure ever since he came to the U.S. from Venezuela, got into baseball. I mean, people have been in love with his arm. He's got a good arm. He's bounced around a lot of different organizations. But a few years ago, he came within a foot of throwing a perfect game when he was with the Giants.
Yeah, San Francisco.
It was against the Diamondbacks. He retired the first 26. 26 up, 26 down. It was a full count. I'm trying to remember who he was facing. Oh, it was Eric Chavez, who was with the Diamondbacks at the end of his career. Hits one in the outfield. Hunter Pence comes racing in, and by less than a foot just missed it, making a diving catch. And then
Short hopped into the glove and got the next guy.
And retired the next guy for a one-hitter. But
yeah, he has had some really good games with the Giants. I remember a playoff game against Washington. It was a 16, 18 inning game, and he pitched very well.
Lindor 1 for 3 on the night. Francisco lines one into right field, a base hit. And so he's got 2 hits. And the Indians have a 1-out base runner here in the 6th.
Nice line drive stroke here by Frankie. Got a good pitch to hit. He goes right down there and hits it. So he gets his 2nd consecutive hit. And it's hit number 10 on the evening for the Indians. Cleveland 26-6 when they get 10 hits.
Here's Michael Brantley. And he takes a strike. I read where at the time of Petit's near perfect game, and that was 2013, so that's 4 years ago already. But it was the 6th time in the last 25 years that someone had lost a perfect game with 2 outs in the 9th inning. And it was the 2nd time it happened that year because Yu Darvish almost did it earlier in the season.
Wasn't that opening day against Houston?
I think it was opening day, yeah.
It was against Houston, I believe. Yeah. We saw one in Detroit.
The 0-1. Just outside. Yeah, there's something almost that's just cruel to come that close.
Well, Carrasco was that close, but that wasn't a perfect
that was a no-hitter.
Yeah, that was just a no-hitter.
Hey, I'm not begging. I would have taken it.
Yeah, the stars have to be lined right.
Brantley steps away. Angels have out hit the Indians 11-10. But to try batting in their half of the 6th inning now. And Brantley had one to try to do some damage with, fouled it back. Michael belted his 7th home run of the year in that 2nd inning, and it was just 2 batters after Zimmer hit the grand slam. And Brantley's out looking. 2 down.
3rd strikeout now.
I mean, you'd flip a coin. He's given that to the left-handed hitters, but it doesn't seem that the right-handed hitters are getting the same strike zone.
No.
And Brantley has such a great eye, and he's thinking to himself, that's not a strike. And he'd be right. Here's Edwin Encarnacion. He doubled off the wall and scored in the 2nd. Then he walked his last 2 times up. Roller to short, and that'll end the inning. So we'll go to the 7th, tied at 7. Baseball is brought to you by the Injury Lawyers at Elk & Elk, proud partners of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. By the stylish 2017 Kia Optima. And by Smart Path Forward. Lakeland Community College is your Smart Path Forward. Enroll now. Tie game, 7th inning. Cole Calhoun to lead off. He gave the Angels a shot in the arm back in the 3rd inning when he hit a 3-run homer.
Yeah, he sure did. That's after the Indians put 7 on the board in the bottom half of that inning. Picked on that fastball, and there's 3 quick ones. The Indians had a grand slam and a solo shot in the 2nd, and that 3-run home run right there certainly helped. And then Valbuena had a 2-run homer in the 5th. You look at the Angels, and you talk about their pitching, and we talked about their offense, but they have played the most 1-run ball games in the league. 29 1-run games. They played 9 extra inning games. Well, there's the left-handed strike zone right there.
Well, the other thing to add to what you're talking about, the Angels have 28 come from behind wins. That's
well, when you come down from 7, that's a heck of a come from behind win. You know, if they could come back and try and snatch this one back.
Only Kansas City has more come from behind wins this year in the AL. Ground ball to first. Santana just stayed with it. And he'll tag the bag for out number 1. Down to Andre.
Well, with baseball, there's always little subtle things that players do to make themselves better. For Brian Shaw, after the team left San Francisco, he went to the tape deck to look at what he was doing different and why his ball was running so much. When you see him come to the set position now, when he comes, his feet are almost closed. He used to keep his front foot open, guys. He thought that gave him better run, but he realized he wasn't getting the ball down the middle of the plate, so they've closed his shoulder, closed his feet. Since then, he has not given up a run. He thinks that's what's changed and helped him get better control with his pitches.
Boy, sometimes it's the smallest detail.
Sure it is. You know,
nice breaking
and you
ball.
get into habits, you know, sometimes, and you just don't realize you're getting into it. Maybe you're open a little bit more. You can do it as a pitcher as well. It has something to do with command if you don't stay closed. And it's a good thing they figured it out.
Missed inside, 1-1.
You know, and it happens to everybody at some point in time. And that's why you have other pitchers or other bullpen guys look for tendencies and things. You know, they're always very observant, as guys are on the bench. And, you know, when you're a hitter, you have people look at you.
Smash to center, and Andrelton Simmons has his 3rd hit of the night. He's already scored a pair of runs.
Well, you're going to see this pitch elevated. That was right down the middle. And that's what you're supposed to do with that pitch. He kept his head down and threw it. 12 hits now for the Angels.
Luis Valbuena bounces it to Santana. Santana goes to Lindor. Back to Carlos. Inning-ending double play. Brian Shaw with an inning and 2/3 scoreless out of the Indians bullpen. We are tied at 7. Stretch time in Cleveland.
Free ballpark app to securely manage your tickets and skip lines by gaining access to our mobile only gates. Plus, You'll unlock special offers from our partners KeyBank and more. Visit Indians.com for the information.
You know who the people who have to be the angriest in the world are?
Who's that?
People that used to manufacture film that you would take photos with.
Polaroid.
Yeah, they're all out of business.
Kodak.
I mean,
yeah.
Everybody uses their phone. Who's the last time you saw somebody with an actual camera?
Well, down where Andre sits, those people, but you're right. Everybody's snapping cell phones. Well, wasn't it a few years ago? You go out to LA in the 7th inning, everybody turns their light on their phone and raises it at the 7th inning stretch.
I was at a concert over the All-Star break, and that's what they did. You know, like you used to do lighters in the concert. They put the cell phone light on. I was like, I was amazed at that.
Never burn yourself that way.
And it's not a fire hazard
That's
either.
right.
But it was just crazy. I thought, wow. Jose Ramirez slaps one out of play. I think even Danny Menlick, all those guys that shoot, I don't think they shoot on film anymore. It's all digital now, right?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely.
You don't even need a dark room. The 1-2 on its way. Back in the old day, Ronnie Kuntz, a longtime plain deal photographer, he used to talk about, you know, you'd snap your photo, and he said you'd hope that you got the shot, but you wouldn't know until you went inside into the dark room at the old stadium.
Yep.
And I think they had him here when the ballpark first opened, and they'd go in and develop the film in there and say, you either got the shot or you didn't.
Darn it. I missed it by that much.
2-2. Ronnie took that famous photograph. It's a classic shot. Sandy, when he flipped over the screen behind home plate, and he looked like Spider-Man. He was upside down, flipped over.
I remember that.
That was a
very
great photo. I think Sandy got a copy of that. He's got that framed in his house.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
Blown up and saved.
There's our man Chuck Crow.
Chuck does a great job too.
That's a fair ball. It stayed fair and an easy play for Valbuena. 1 down. Well, this weekend coming up, we've got a Major League Baseball doubleheader on FS1. First at 4 Eastern on Saturday, Dodgers-Giants. That's an old family feud out on the West Coast. Then at 7, it's the Reds and the Marlins. Major League Baseball Saturday on FS1. There he is, Ronnie Kuntz, the late great photographer who not only did Ronnie do such great work bringing fans action shots and intimate portraits of the players, but he also gave so much of his free time traveling around working with the prison inmates. You know, he would go down and he worked with all those former players that would go down and just speak to the guys. High ball to left off the bat of Santana, and there are 2 down. Ronnie has the greatest story, though, of all time, I think, when it comes to Indians baseball. So the day Rocky Colavito got traded, he was in the clubhouse and he snaps a photo of Colavito after he had just told his son, and his son was crying.
Oh, okay.
And Ronnie, just as Ronnie was clicking, you know, click the photo, Rocky put his hand out and said no, he didn't want any photos of his children. And it looked like the kid was crying, and Rocky was like yelling at Ronnie, and then all the players said, what did you do, Ronnie? Why you make the kid cry? And so everybody kind of got mad at Ronnie, and Ronnie took off out of the clubhouse because he feared for his life, and Rocky was livid, just livid. And Ronnie didn't know what to do. The next day he came to the ballpark, he saw Herb score, and Herb said, you might not want to go to the clubhouse because Rocky's looking for you. So Ronnie said, I spent the whole game in the upper deck shooting photos from up there. I didn't want to go anywhere near him.
No kidding.
He said years passed. He said, I never published the photo, never gave it to the paper. I kept it in my reel, never let anybody see it. Years later, when Rocky came back as a coach, he saw Ronnie.
Well, I was there when he came
saw
back
Ronnie
as a coach.
one day in the stadium, and he said, hey, I want to talk to you. And Ronnie thought, uh-oh, here it is. And he said, I'd like to see a copy of that photo. He said, thank you for never publishing it, but I would like to have a copy for my own self. And they mended fences and they went on.
Wow.
But if you've ever seen the photo, it's just one of those classic, perfect, you know, photographers, the good ones, they know when to click the button, you know. And
amazing.
Captured a really raw, personal, private moment. But he never published it until many, many years later after Rocky gave him his blessing. And I think that's why Rocky respected him, because he didn't just try to make a quick buck off that photo.
Right. Well, it wasn't like that back then. You know, he was there every day, and you honored the wishes.
2 down, Austin Jackson batting with a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Yusmeiro Petit has given the Angels the first semblance of pitching here tonight. He's really done a nice job.
Well, he's 9 for 9 first pitch strikes. He hasn't messed around. I mean, that's the key to pitching.
In the dirt, full count.
Another full count by Jackson. I'd love to see how many pitches he's seen in his at-bats.
Well, what's been impressive,
he had back-to-back at-bats. This is pitch. He's seen 30 pitches today.
What a way to get your, get your feet wet. First game back off the DL.
Holy smokes.
He's got 2 hits. He's walked. He's scored a run. The 3-2 pitch. Slow chopper. This might be another hit. Simmons barehand grab and throw, and he got him.
What a play.
Boy, Andrelton Simmons with a sensational effort. And the Indians are retired in order for only the 2nd time tonight. Copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Number 7-7 as we go to the 8th. And it's Miller time as Andrew Miller enters for the Tribe. He's got the bottom third of the Angels order due up here.
Rivera 1 for 3. He doubled in his first at-bat back in the 2nd inning. They left him stranded. He grounded to the pitcher and then struck out in his last at-bat.
Shoots one to left. Brantley breaking hard. Dives and makes a fantastic catch. just inside the line for out number 1.
Boy, that's 2 tonight for Michael.
Boy, is he having a great game defensively out there in left field.
Yeah, boy, that's a leadoff hitter. If he doesn't make that play for Rivera, it's going to be a double. And if he doesn't come up with it, it gets by him, a triple, but he scoops it up right before it hits the ground. He made a play going over his head, and he also made one right there diving with that leadoff hitter. 2 huge plays in this ball game. Because the last time in the 4th, there was 2 guys on, and that would have given 2 more runs over his head. So a couple of beautiful defensive plays at the right time for Michael tonight.
Now Martin Maldonado 0 for 3 has struck out twice. Also had a hit taken away from him on a pretty slick defensive play by Giovanni Urshela back in the 4th inning. At the knees, a fastball for a strike, and it's 0-2. Chopper to third. Urshela. Perfect throw. 2 down. Well, the series continues against the Angels tomorrow night. Carlos Carrasco takes the hill against Ricky Nolasco. Alan Jensen start our coverage with Indians live at 6:30. First pitch at 7 right here on Sports Time Ohio. Streaming live on Fox Sports Go. 2 down for Caleb Cowart, who is 2 for 3, a single, a double, and 2 runs scored. It's our first time really getting a look at this young man. Hit .311 in 90 games at AAA, but I can see why he was their first-round pick coming out of high school. He looks like he knows what he's doing with the bat.
Yeah, he can handle. I tell you one thing, from the left side, I know he can hit a fastball.
Yeah. Time batting right-handed tonight, but it's against one of the best lefties in the business. The 1-2, and Miller puts him away. A 1-2-3-8, tied at 7 here in Cleveland. Boy, Michael Brantley's had himself quite a night out there defensively in left field. And as you said, Rick, he saved him big time.
Well, the timing of his catches tonight have been outstanding. One with the, 2 runners on to end an inning, where he went back into the 4th inning. It was on a dead run, almost looked like a wide receiver, just in stride. That saved Clevenger. And then right here, Miller, the leadoff hitter. Boy, if he doesn't catch this ball, it's at least a double, if not more. And 2 big points in the game right there for Michael Brantley.
Now here in the bottom of the 8th, Yan Gomes to lead it off. He is 1 for 2 with a single, a walk, and a run scored. And the new pitcher,
Blake Parker,
for the Angels.
Now, he hasn't allowed an earned run in each of his 25 career games at Angel Stadium. So get him on the road. Don't get him at home.
Chopped to third, just foul.
Boy, that was close.
Goodness.
Yeah, because Escobar wouldn't have been able to get it. It was too high to go over his head. It was just foul. It was a high hopper. It goes out in front of the plate. You can see where it hits, but as third base umpire crew chief Bill Miller backing off, saw that that ball was a little bit foul. Close.
Chased one down and away.
Looked like a little splitter right there.
Boy, speaking of splitter, Blake Wood last night, he threw a couple of splitters.
Yes, he did.
They were absolutely, you used the term frisbee. That's exactly what it looked like.
It looked like a knuckleball.
It's coming out of his hand, spinning sideways. That one's in the dirt.
Yeah, that's when you hope you want to make him get it up. That is his chase pitch.
Up the ladder, Gomes got a piece of it to stay alive. You mentioned that the streak that Parker has going at home. Overall, he hasn't given up a run in 36 of his last 40 outings.
Well, that's why you keep it close. And I'll tell you what, Petit, he did a wonderful job for Mike Scioscia. 3 innings of relief. Now you go back and think about it. They were down 7-0 after the 2nd inning. And what do you have to do? You have to put zeros on the board, and that's exactly what they've done to stay in this game, and they pecked their way to get back into it. And it's a tie ball game, so I'll tell you what, they've done a great job today to stay in this game. And the Indians haven't been able to do much.
Did have a few opportunities at it. Bases loaded in the 4th, and 2 on in the 3rd. Leadoff man aboard in the 5th.
Yeah, they had a lot of walks, but 5 hits from that 3rd inning. They haven't been able to cash anything in.
And Yan Gomes draws a leadoff walk. Good at bat. Bounce of pitches off. We'll get a pinch runner as Eric Gonzalez comes into the game to run for Gomes.
Terry did this earlier on this homestand, late in the ball game, but yeah, game on the line, bottom of the 8th. You're looking to score a run. You've got Urshela up there. Definitely a bunt situation here.
And the Angels will be looking for it. Already in on the grass at 3rd is Yunel Escobar. Balbuena holding Gonzalez at 1st. Runner goes, pitches low, and the throw is in time. He got him.
That's got to be a hit and run. There's no way you're going to stun the runner. And he didn't swing at the pitch. If you take it back, you can't be telling me he's going to steal very first pitch. It's down. And he took it all the way. He started to square around.
It was pretty close, a lot closer than I realized. And I think Terry's going to ask him to take a look. see if.
Well, Gonzalez never left the field. He stayed out there. I thought originally that Terry said no, he might have had him, but then they held on a second.
I think Gio realizes he either missed a sign or.
Sure he did. You missed a hit and run. I mean, you don't start the run. You're going to bunt. He squared around to bunt. He came back and then he took it. And I don't care, on a hit and run, you have to throw the bat at it. You have to do whatever you can. He wasn't going to make a bunt probably because he may not be a good bunter. I'm not sure. So you put the hit and run on. And if you put the hit and run on, you've got to offer at the pitch. At least keep the catcher back.
It's a way to protect the runner, absolutely.
Absolutely. That's what you have to do. And if you have to throw the bat at it, throw it. Do what you have to do. But he took it.
I don't know about you,
Man,
but from what we've seen so far, as close as it is, I don't think there's enough that's going to get this overturned.
Well, the umpire was behind it. I know that. So we'll see. But boy, frustrating when you try and change it up. And I've said this before. This is not a team that Terry can hit and run with. You know, there's not many guys, but you know, you try and mix it up. You figure Urshela, maybe not a bunter, you know, down in the minor leagues or anything, but boy, oh boy, you've got to offer at the pitch on a hit and run. Huge mistake.
So the call stands, and there's one out in the 8th now. The leadoff man erased.
I mean, he didn't even offer. There's a tag. He goes in head first, and it's caught stealing 2-6. So that wipes out the leadoff walk.
One and one to count with one out here in the 8th. Took one right down the slot, and now he's in the hole 1-2.
Well, I'm sure there'll be some talking going on after this game in a situation like that.
Top to third. Escobar will throw him out. 2 down. Top of the order, Bradley Zimmer. Zimmer is 2 for 4 tonight. Grand slam in the second is what got the Indians really on a big roll tonight. I mean, it was 6-0 after that swing, and then Brantley followed 2 batters later with a homer to make it 7-0. But it's been a tale of 2 games because the Indians, after that big lead, have not played well. I mean, you think about the base running mistake Zimmer made back in the 4th. He got a leadoff man aboard. Base running mistake. He gets erased. They end up not scoring after they loaded the bases after that. The 1-0 pitch. Then in the 5th inning, Austin Jackson gets a leadoff single. Eventually, he is thrown out when he was running on a 3-2 pitch to Yan Gomes, who took it for a called 3rd strike. Jackson was thrown out, doubled him up. And now here you have in the 8th inning, leadoff man aboard again.
Well, I'm guessing it had to be a hit and run. There's no way you're going to, or you would bunt him over.
So some opportunities have gone awry. One pitch.
Splitter again. That's the one you have to lay off. You have to make him bring it up. Check out the grip. You see it? There it is.
Yeah.
You can tell by the way that pitch goes down. That's the one you were talking about last night that Wood was throwing for Cincinnati. And it has great spin and it goes down.
There was a time when it seemed like almost everybody was trying to throw a splitter, and then it all but vanished from the game.
Elbow.
And now you see a few guys are trying to bring it back.
Well, you know, a lot of guys throw changeups that way now where they split the fingers, but they don't really jam that baseball in between. That's where where it hurts you.
2-2. Zimmer shoots it back up the middle, and he's got his 3rd hit of the night. And the Indians have a 2-out base runner.
Okay, now this is a situation you can go ahead and try for a stolen base here, especially with the splitter that he's throwing. Let's take a look at this pitch he hits. That ball was elevated. That's the splitter that stayed up. That's what you want to do. You want to make it up and see it about the letters when it comes out of his hands. If it starts below that or below your belt, try and take it. But with Zimmer out there, I would think that he has a green light going now.
Francisco Lindor is 2 for 4. He has singled in each of his last 2 trips to the plate.
And you watch how Socia, he'll throw over there a couple times too, knowing in this situation with 2 outs, it may be worth the risk. Throw over there a couple of times. Keep it in mind. Look at, he's looking over. Look at this game going on. This is beautiful. And it looked like he's relatively slow to the plate. I'm going to try and get a time on him here.
By the way, Royals have already won tonight. They beat the Tigers 3-1 in Detroit. Zimmer takes off. They pitch out. The throw down. Safe is the call.
On the pitch out.
Yeah. Might get a challenge from the Angels here. They're taking a look.
Well, they're saying maybe they tagged him on the head before he got in there. But I knew Zimmer had to be off and running on this play. They're waiting to see their video room, see what happens. It may be worth a challenge for him anyway, even if he doesn't. It's the 8th inning. They're waiting. It's amazing how they have to look at every different angle before they do it in. And here comes the umpire saying, "Let's go."
Bill Miller, the crew chief.
Seconds.
And he's saying, "No, thank you."
Okay, so he stole a base. Beautiful. They pitch out, and he still took a while to get that ball to home plate. And boy, I don't know. From that angle, it looked like he might have tagged him on the helmet.
But
the foot was in.
Yeah, the foot gets in
and
there.
Then the foot came off the bag, but he didn't keep the tag applied because Zimmer just,
well,
again.
it's like trying to tag a freight train.
Yeah, watch. The foot's there when the tag's on. Then the tag comes off, and so does his foot. But he's in scoring position. A great job.
And with the base open, Charles Nagy goes out to talk with Blake Parker about how he wants to approach Francisco Lindor. You know, they've got Michael Brantley on deck, though. This is the part of the Indians' order where you really don't have many options as a pitcher. You want a pitcher on this guy to face Brantley? Lindor's got 2 hits on the night. Brantley is homered.
Keep that splitter, make him get it up.
In the dirt.
And that's one you keep your eye on too, because it could get away from Maldonado.
So think about that for a second. Frankie has 15 home runs. 5 of them have come in tight situations late in the ball game.
Well, this is the big time situation here. Bottom of the 8th, 2 outs. Go ahead, run in scoring position. Patience, patience, patience. That's one thing that Frankie has a tough time doing. That's the splitter. Now it's easy to sit up here and see it, but when you get in that batter's box, if you're paying attention, which they all are, you know that pitch that Zimmer hit, he made him get it upstairs.
Chop to short. Simmons only plays at first, and a good throw gets Lindor, and the inning is over. So we go to the ninth, tied at 7.
The ninth inning, 7-7 Indians and Angels in the opener of this 3-game set. Welcome back to center field along with Jensen Lewis, Al Pulowski. Jensen, I don't think a lot of people thought we'd be here after the Indians had the early 7-0 lead.
Yeah, almost inexcusable to give up a 7-run lead, but here's where they are right now. You got to forget about that. Cody's got to have a clean ninth, and hey, maybe some more walk-off magic in the bottom half.
Indians do have 3, 4, and 5 coming up in the bottom of the ninth. But first, the top half. Join us for Indians Live. It is brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. It's right after the game. For now, back to the booth we go. Here are Matt and Rick, fellas.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, who knows the way this has been just a strange ball game with the Indians jumping out to the big lead. The Angels have chipped away to tie it up.
Got to have this, get out of this inning, put a 0 on the board with a chance.
Cody will face the top of the order. Roberto Perez takes over behind the plate. And Yunel Escobar swings through it. Escobar struck out his first 2 times up and then singled in the 4th, doubled in the 6th. Now the 1-2 is slowly chopped to third. Urshela charges, flips it over. What a perfect throw. 1 down. Coming up tonight on the Tribe Report presented by GMC. Highlights from the Tribe sweep over the Jays. Frankie relives his walk-off, and the plays of the week all presented by GMC right after the ball game tonight on Sports Time Ohio. Mike Trout walked and scored in the 3rd, doubled in the 4th. And a big curveball in there for strike 1. right where Perez wanted it. He had the target up above the belt, wanted it tight. Cody put it right there, but Trout able to stay disciplined and not chase. Missed off the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Got in on him enough that Trout couldn't really drive it. And Jackson makes the catch. 2 down. Good pitch by Cody Allen. And you can tell right from the get-go tonight, Allen has really good command. He's throwing it right where Perez is putting the glove.
Yeah, that fastball rides inside. You can see he hits it deep, and it was down towards the trademark. So 2 up, 2 down.
But 1 more to get through to keep it a tie game. Albert Pujols 0 for 4 on the night. And there's a perfect fastball in the outside corner. He did, says first base umpire Nick Lentz.
Yeah, he didn't want to make eye contact with him, but he certainly did. Check it out from the side, and you will see we showed you one earlier tonight. Exact same thing.
Now the 0-2. Swung on and missed. He got him to go fish for the breaking ball. Cody Allen with a 1-2-3 ninth. He strikes out Albert Pujols and will go to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 7. Tonight, brought to you by Mazda. Trout and Pujols, they're the big 1-2 punch for the Angels, and the Indians, for the most part, have held them in check. And Francisco Lindor has given the Indians offense a couple of hits tonight. But all the damage for the Indians came in 1 inning. They sent 11 men to the plate. They scored 7 runs in the second. But they haven't scored anything outside of that. And now David Hernandez on the pitch here in the ninth for the Angels. And it will be Brantley, Encarnacion, and Ramirez due up.
Hernandez has been around with a number of teams, but he's He's had a good first half for the Angels, and right now trying to shut down the middle part of this lineup and get it to extra innings if they can. 6 straight innings where the Angels have been able to put a 0 on the board after a 7-run second.
Brantley pops it up. Third baseman Yunel Escobar, 1 down. David Hernandez was acquired from Atlanta back in late April 24th. You don't see many trades consummated first month of the season.
No. See some people floating around where some organizations let them go, but trades per se, not a whole lot.
I don't know what the particulars were there. Toronto, or rather, the Angels got him for either cash considerations or a player to be named later. With all the injuries the Angels had, pitching staff wise, they were in desperate need of an arm, obviously,
right.
And Atlanta had, we figure they had excess to make a deal.
Yeah, he's been about a lot of teams. Atlanta, I think Philadelphia, Arizona.
Out goes Martin Maldonado. Edwin Encarnacion doubled and scored in the second. He has walked twice and grounded into an inning-ending fielder's choice back in the 6th. You know, there's an old adage in baseball, you never want to put the winning run on base. But behind 2-0, I think the conversation was, let's be real careful about this.
Well, sure. I mean, this guy one swing, he could end the ball game. And this is a veteran pitcher, you know, and they're just going to talk about it. Got to make sure there's nothing wrong with that.
It foul, and it count 2-2.
Gets himself back into the count.
And he struck him out. So the veteran using finesse to strike out Edwin Encarnacion for out number 2.
Good breaking ball right here. It was off the plate, went straight down. He threw him one earlier that was about 78, and then this one 81 going straight down, well located, gets the second out.
Jose Ramirez, an RBI double and a run scored in the second. Since then, 0 for 2 with a walk. Popped him up. We've got extra innings tonight. 7 all after 9.
extra innings tonight here at Progressive Field, 7-7. And we go to the 10th inning. Zach McAllister will come on and pitch for the Tribe. He's got the 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up for the Angels. McAllister will be the 6th Indians pitcher to work here tonight. Mike Clevenger started. They gave him a 7-0 lead, and he had a rough go of it tonight. Just wasn't his night. He gave up 6 runs on 9 hits, walked a couple, struck out 5 and 4 1/3. Nick Goody worked an inning. He was tagged with a run that tied it. Brian Shaw worked an inning and 2/3 scoreless. Andrew Miller and Cody Allen both a perfect inning of relief each. And now Zach McAllister facing Cole Calhoun. And it was Calhoun with a 3-run homer in the 3rd that really got the Angels thinking that they weren't out of this thing yet. First ball swinging. Santana will take it himself. 1 out.
It's always nice to get that first hitter out on one pitch.
To the plate now, Los Angeles, shortstop Andrelton Simmons.
Andrelton Simmons, 3 for 3, 3 singles, 2 runs scored. Simmons came in having hit .325 in his last 62 games. That raised his average from .231 up to .292 coming into tonight. And now with his 3 for 3 performance, he's inching closer toward the 300 mark, which is pretty impressive, because when you get that deep into the season, you're hitting .231. It's not easy to climb back to that 300 mark.
And you know he's an excellent shortstop.
Yeah, he's made a couple of really good plays defensively tonight. Two balls and a strike. 22,364 the attendance here tonight for the series opener. But as we approach 11 o'clock, some of those folks may be headed for home. 2-1 on its way, and Simmons pops it out of play. We'll be right back here tomorrow night for round 2. And for the Indians, it'll be Carlos Carrasco on the hill. And then the series wraps up Thursday with a noon start, as Trevor Bauer will pitch the finale for Cleveland. 2-2 pitch to Simmons, and out of play again. That young man is thrilled right now. He's got a baseball. He is fired up. Two, and another foul ball. This one might be headed right at you.
Oh my goodness!
Get down.
You talk about hitting it deep in the zone. He fouled it off, but incoming.
Just off the plate. And Simmons has worked the count full.
Good pitch. Good take.
It's not like at 98 you have much time to react either.
No.
up high. He's able to lay off and draws a 1-out walk. Now Simmons has good speed. He's sold 13 out of 16 on the year. And Mike Scioscia historically has been an aggressive manager. With a guy like Valbuena up there, he may turn Simmons loose right now.
Well, they're #1 in the league in stolen bases. They have 85. He's never afraid to run. But don't put too much effort into that. Keep him close, maybe throw over there, but this is the guy you want. You want the hitter.
Valbuena's 2 for 4, has driven in 3 on the night. Back in the 5th inning, Valbuena clobbered this ball from Mike Clevenger into the bushes in center field. That made it a 1-run game, and that was it for Mike Clevenger. Valbuena just couldn't catch up. 97.
Yeah, he pumped a heater right by him.
Felt like it was in the glove by the time he swung at it.
Just a good heater right there. It's just challenged him.
McAllister ready in the 0-2 pitch.
Oh, good pitch. I like that pitch there, 0-2.
McAllister's thrown 12 pitches. All 12 have been 95 or above.
Well, just make sure you locate it.
Swung on and missed. He blew him away right up top.
Yeah, right there. He just threw it right by him. Great velocity, elevated the fastball. Gets the second out. Just watch every fastball here in this situation. And the put away pitch above the belt.
I like the nod from Valbuena. You got me. Ben Revere is 1 for 4. He doubled in the second.
Well, let's see what you're talking about, Manny. Oh, I can't believe it.
Watch him right here. Yep, he got me.
You got it. That's right. That's the old tip of the cap.
Shouldn't have swung at that pitch. You got me. Revere takes. Strike call.
Well, I don't think it's a mystery. You just go up there and let's go.
He's thrown.
Here's my fastball. Are you going to hit it?
And they've all been heaters.
That's okay.
Now he's moving it around, raising the eye, changing the eye level.
Exactly. You don't mess around. Don't give him a chance. If you can locate it, you can do it. Watch him though. He may take off with this hitter up there.
And Revere in the hole now, 0-2.
0-2 count. May not be a bad time. Although, you know, here, if you wanted and you think they were going, you could throw them a high fastball. where you don't really have to pitch out. And now the crowd saying, let's go, let's get this out, let us get back into hitting. The Indians have only one other guy in the bullpen left. That's Dan Otero.
Yeah, because the Indians are going with essentially a 6-man rotation now. Right. They're a little short in the bullpen, and Tito told me before the game today that's not something he wants to do for long.
No, it won't happen for long. That's for sure. We'll see. I mean, like he says, he may stay with it a little bit as long as he can, but you know how Tito likes his bullpen.
Yep. Well, they had to send Tyler Olson back to AAA today to get Austin Jackson on the roster. That was the move they made. Angels have 2 pitchers still in their bullpen, Bud Norris and Cam Bedrosian. Oh, 2 count with 2 down here in the 10th. Foul back out of play. Now McAllister is ready in the 0-2 pitch. A pitch out, nothing doing. Simmons has not been inclined to take off yet in this at bat.
Well, that look right there was saying if you're ever going to run, you run after that one pitch out because he's not going to throw 2 in a row. You figure you're going to go after the hitter. So if he doesn't run here, then don't look for him to run.
He did not run, and the ball was fouled back, so it's still 1-2.
Revere had a nice swing, but he's telling himself right now, get that ball down. It's elevated, tough to get the barrel head of that bat on that high fastball, 95 or above.
Throw an off-speed pitch, but Revere not tempted by it. And it's 2-2.
I think that might be the first breaking ball he's thrown this inning.
I think you're right.
First off-speed pitch after 19 pitches, or 18, I should say.
Came back with a fastball, and Revere juices it. Deep center. Zimmer back, makes the catch, slams into the wall, and he hangs on to end the inning. Oh, Bradley Zimmer risking life and limb, crashing into the wall, and he saves the day for the Indians. And we'll go to the bottom of the 10th, still tied at 7. Field, 7-7 ball game. Carlos Santana, Austin Jackson, and Roberto Perez due up for the Indians. What a catch by Bradley Zimmer to end the inning.
Well, there's been some very good outfield defense played by the Indians tonight, that's for sure, to save some runs for this Indians team. Now they've got to try to find a way to score one. They haven't been able to do that since the second inning.
David Hernandez stays on. He pitched a scoreless ninth, 1-2-3. Santana 0 for 4 in the ball game. And he lines one right at the center fielder, Mike Trout. 1 down. Well, up comes Austin Jackson. Walked and scored in the second. He singled in the third. He singled again in the fifth. And then in the seventh inning, looked like he was going to pick up his third straight hit, and Andrelton Simmons made a terrific play to get him.
And we'll see the pitch count goes on. He's over 30 pitches tonight in his 4 at-bats. You know, like you say, coming off the disabled list, when you can see that much. And he's laid off some really tough pitches. Been down in the count, 0-2, worked his way back into it. He's had some really good at-bats tonight.
Takes a good fastball there, 1-1. Well, he went down to the minors, played 5 rehab games, so at least he got enough at bats to where he felt like, okay, I'm ready to go now.
Well, he looks comfortable to me.
Hit into left field, and there it is. Austin Jackson with a 3-hit game in his first back from the disabled list.
I'll tell you, that's he's been outstanding tonight. 34 pitches. That is his 3rd hit. Walked once. Finds a hole. So there you go. You've got the winning run on first with 1 out.
That's a pretty side look. Textbook when you talk about keeping the head still, staying back, staying behind it.
That's what's so impressive. There's no movement in there. You know, he's sitting in there and he just nice and easy puts his foot up, brings it down, short swing. Now Charlie Nagy's going to go out and have a talk with Hernandez, the catcher. You know, they may talk about Jackson running. He hasn't attempted a stolen base yet this year. So here we go. We're back into that situation. If you're Perez, look for that ball to shoot it to the other way.
Well, Roberto Perez, that has been his strong suit. When he has been able to stay back and shoot it the other way, that usually is when he's had his best moments. High fly ball, right center. Calhoun, the right fielder, makes the catch, and there are 2 down. Well, our Pat O'Brien play of the game to this point is the play by Bradley Zimmer, just this last top of the inning here.
Yeah, Revere thought he had one. He thought it was at least a gapper. I probably think he thought he hit one out. Look at that, the frustration. But everybody else loved the catch, and they kept him off the board.
Well, if Gio Urshela gets aboard, Zimmer would have a chance to bat here in the 10th. Urshela 0 for 3 with a walk, an RBI and a run scored. It all came in that second inning when he came to the plate with the bases loaded and drew a walk. And then Zimmer followed with the grand slam. Out of play to the right. He had a less than stellar moment his last time up, though. It appeared as though it was a hit and run situation. Eric Gonzalez had just come into the game to pinch run at first base. He took off on the first pitch. Urshela, even though the pitch was low and probably wasn't even hittable, he never swung at it. And Gonzalez was thrown out at second. And so here we are in the 10th with the winning run at first and 2 down.
Well, just keep your eye and keep alert for a breaking ball in the dirt.
Pulled off of it. It's 0-2. Chased one away out of the strike zone. We head to the 11th, still tied at 7. And for the Angels, Martin Maldonado, Caleb Cowart, and Yunel Escobar due up. Zach McAllister pitched a scoreless 10th. He'll stay on to pitch the 11th. Dan Otero is getting ready in the bullpen. McAllister made 20 pitches in the 10th. Broken bat, center field, base hit. And Maldonado, the catcher, is aboard. And it looks like Mike Scioscia is going to put a pinch runner in for Maldonado.
For Los Angeles, running for Maldonado is number 7.
You can see that bat is no longer.
Shane Robinson's going to come on and run.
The second baseman, Caleb Cowart.
And Caleb Cowart now, we mentioned before, he's shown a pretty good ability to swing the bat, especially on this side of the plate. We'll see what Mike Scioscia decides to do here. Young guy batting ninth. You expect him to bunt. That's what he tried to do. Pulled it back. No, he didn't. Bill Miller, the third base umpire, and the crew chief said he offered at it.
He's saying what? He can't believe it, and neither can Scioscia. No, he brought it back. He didn't go after, but they called it.
Urshela really creeping in at third. Cowart squares, bunts it. And Santana will get the out at first, flipping to Ramirez, who covered. And now the go-ahead run into scoring position. So the sacrifice executed by the Angels.
Yeah, job well done. They get him into scoring position.
For the Angels,
and now Yunel Escobar with Mike Trout to follow.
This is going to be the big out, and out comes Tito. I don't know if he's going to let him stay with the fastball, and he wants the sinker ball.
Yeah, he's already made the move,
yes,
so Dan Otero will be coming on when we come back. Dan Otero. And the right-hander coming into a tough situation here. You got the go-ahead run in scoring position. He's got Yunel Escobar at the plate. He's got Mike Trout on deck. And Albert Pujols in the hole. So as you said, this is the key, the big at-bat right here.
Well, you know what? Yeah, then it's like pick your poison. If you want to put Trout on, then you got to face a guy that has over 1,800 RBIs in his career. So it's really not an easy thing to do. But this is the guy you got to get, where you don't really have to go at those two per se. Well, we'll see.
Shane Robinson, the pinch runner at second base with one out. Escobar has 2 hits on the night. And he takes the fastball for strike 1. As Rick told you earlier, Dan Otero is the last man standing in the Indians bullpen, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't potentially send some reinforcements out there. But for now, Otero is it. But given that they do have the luxury at the moment of an extra man in the starting rotation, they could be forced to send somebody down there to get loose in case this game continues. Right now, Otero hoping to get out of this jam. The 1-1. Chopper up the middle. Ramirez throws him out, 2 down. Robinson moves to third. So now Mike Trout comes to the plate.
I'd probably just put him right on.
I can't imagine you'd pitch to him here and they just say, no thank you.
No, I don't even want to think about it. See ya. Don't even get in the box.
And I know what you're saying. Albert Pujols is going to the Hall of Fame. So why in the world would you walk a guy to pitch to him? Well, Mike Trout is currently, I'm talking about right now today, He's a better hitter. He's more dangerous right now.
I know, but I know. I understand that.
So you still got to execute and get the job done.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Trout take off on the first pitch, to be honest with you.
Even though Trout's a right-handed hitter, he's a good low ball hitter too.
Oh yeah.
And does that play into the thinking too? And Otero being a sinker baller, I mean,
sure.
Better matchup.
Yeah. But we'll see. I mean, this guy, he knows all the situations. He's been pitched to, pitched around. The guy that's in the batter's box. It's still a scary situation. Pick your poison.
A little low, ball one.
Well, you'll see the sinker. He's trying to get him to chase that first pitch down and hit a ground ball, but he takes it.
Chopped it right back to him. Oh, book him, Dano. Otero does it again. Gets out of the jam. And we go to the last of the 11th. Deadlocked at 7. th here at Progressive Field.
It's a real baby. I thought it was a doll at first. I can't believe it.
Well, then we got a new battery for the Angels. Bud Norris, the veteran, coming on to pitch here in the 11th for the Angels. And the new catcher is Juan Gratterol. So that's the 7th pitcher of the night for the Angels. And for the Indians, top of the order. Is it just me, or does it seem like Bradley Zimmer's batted on almost every inning to them?
Well, this will be his 6th at bat. He batted 3 times in the first 4 innings. But it has quieted down as that Angels bullpen has done a wonderful job tonight to this point.
Bud Norris delivers, and it's outside, ball 1.
He ended up hitting his first career grand slam in the 2nd inning. Shot out to right center field. Made a great catch to end the inning. Back in the 10th.
Fastball for a strike. Norris, 32 years old. Yeah, he threw it by him there at 94. Still got pretty good zip on that heater. That's in the dirt. Nice backhander. And the count 2-2.
Yeah, you get into these extra inning games, the first game of a series, it's an awful big game to win, no matter what team you are. If the Angels can do it, they're starting their road trip. Coming off an off day, the Indians trying to keep that winning streak going. And after having a 7-0 lead in this ball game, they don't want to give that up.
Outside, he missed.
Well, we've seen some calls on the outside part of the plate on the lefties tonight. Another full count.
And a foul back by Zimmer to stay alive here. Bud Norris was originally drafted by the Astros in the 6th round over a decade ago, back in '06. 7 years later, the Astros traded him to Baltimore. He was released by the Orioles in August of 2015. Signed a couple of days later with the Padres. Signed as a free agent then with the Braves, traded by the Braves to the Dodgers, released by the Dodgers, signed this past off season with the Angels. Way outside, ball 4, and the winning run is aboard to start in the bottom of the 11th.
Well, good at bat to work the walk. Had a good swing, but now you get the speed on first here in the 11th inning, and it can cause a whole lot of pressure on that defense.
Zimmer stole a base back in the 8th inning, but in that instance there was already 2 outs. Now, as you said, he puts a little more pressure on, the defense, in particular, a guy who hasn't played. He just came into the game.
That is true. Well, we'll see. I'm sure Lindor is going to end up squaring around the way he's been bunting the last couple of days. No, went for it.
Fouls it back.
So Norris is about average when he delivers that ball to the plate, about 1.3 seconds. Unless he has a quick slide step he can kick in there, which I'm not sure.
Miss with a fastball. It's 1-1. On the year, Juan Gratterall has thrown out 9 of the 22 base stealers. So he's done a nice job. Missed outside, 2-1. Now, I don't know if the fact that the Angels have combined to throw out the most base stealers is a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, on one hand, it's like, hey, we've thrown out the most. On the other hand, that means people are running a lot on you.
Yeah.
Or they're trying anyway.
Well, you got a 2-1 count here. Now that's a aggressive count you can have. You know, we'll see. You're going to give Lindor a chance, or do you want to send Zimmer?
Frankie's such a good bad ball hitter. I say send him. You know, he's a guy that.
Well, he doesn't have to swing the bat, though. That's what I'm saying. You know, if it's a ball, you take it. Not like a hit and run. You go for a straight steal, if anything. Especially you don't take his bat away from him.
To that end, I'm surprised he hasn't run already. He goes.
There it is. Attaboy, he took it.
Called a strike, and Zimmer's in there with a steal.
See, that's what I like about it. He took that pitch knowing that he got a good jump. That's what you do. You give him an opportunity. You let him steal a base. He had the jump. Here comes the throw. Offline. He steals it easily. His second stolen base of the night. And now, if Lindor can do anything and put it in play and move him over, you've got some action. Get him on, get him over, get him in.
And that was a case where he knew he had to take, because that ball was right down the middle of the plate.
Well, you know, he could have went and squared around and brought the bat back to try and do a little camouflage there. But he flat out just stole that base.
Just off the edge. Full count.
You know, I'm amazed tonight when I see pitches out there to left-handers. I'm almost thinking, oh my goodness, how can you take it? But that one was certainly off the plate. So another full count here.
Oh, he threw it to the backstop. And Zimmer goes to third.
Boy, oh boy, there's a second straight walk. And not only that, it's a wild pitch. And the winning run goes to third base. Now you're going to end up having to walk the bases.
I think Mike Scioscia's going to argue that that ball may have hit Lindor.
Yeah, he may want to look at it. I don't see. It's tough to see right there. Let's go down. Is it the front foot?
Nope.
No, it missed him. It missed him.
Yeah, missed the leg.
On the heel. Now he's got to go out and what do you just walk the bases loaded and play everybody in? He may come in with a fifth infielder.
Yeah, they're calling somebody in right now. It looks like Ben Revere.
Yeah, he's coming in. He's going to go with 5 infielders. I've seen Scioscia do this before.
He's actually going to go to his bench.
Okay.
And he's going to bring in.
All right, he's going to go
Nick
up.
Franklin.
Okay, Franklin, an infielder. He's going to have 5 infielders. You'll see the 2 guys, the outfielders, will play left center, right center, and they'll give the lines. But with Zimmer's speed, I would think you have to walk the bases loaded first, wouldn't you? Instead of let Brantley hit and go for a guy that swings big.
We'll see what they do. That would make the most sense to me. That's what you usually see in this situation.
Well, I know it. Michael's a guy, he's patient.
Yeah, they're going to walk.
After walking the first 2 guys, you just got to put Brantley on.
That's what they're going to do.
Sure, now you take your chances.
So now the bases are loaded with nobody out. And Edwin Encarnacion is the batter. So Nick Franklin, I'm trying to see where Franklin's going to position himself. It looks like he's going to play. Is he going to play
up the middle,
third and short? No.
Yeah, with Encarnacion, you'll have 3 on the left side. You'll have 2 over there.
They're going to put him. So
right
that gives Simmons a chance to move over more into that hole.
Exactly, and they're all going to be at the cut of the grass, and that's not a comfortable feeling when you're an infielder with this guy at the plate.
And away we go. Last of the 11th, tied at 7, nobody out. Bud Norris delivers. Edwin drills it. Deep left. It is gone, and the Indians win it. How do you like them apples? A walk-off grand slam, their second of the game, and the Indians continue their win streak. They've won 5 in a row. Boy, for a team that didn't have a walk-off since the home opener, they now have 2 on the homestand.
Well, once they happen, watch out. They get on a roll, and he wasn't going to spot him anything. The first pitch. So they scored in 2 innings, 7 in the second, 4 in the 11th, and that's all it takes.
2 grand slams in 1 game.
Yes, indeed.
Bradley Zimmer with his first. Edwin Encarnacion ends it in the 11th with a blast into the seats and left. All they needed was a fly ball. He got him that and a whole lot more. That's his 10th career grand slam. It was a big second inning, as Rick mentioned. They scored 7 times. Bradley Zimmer, his first career grand slam. Michael Brantley hit a solo shot. It was 7-0. But the Angels clawed their way back with 4 in the 3rd, 2 in the 5th, and then 1 in the 6th to tie it. And that's the way it stayed until the 11th. It started with a leadoff walk, a stolen base, a wild pitch, another walk. Then they intentionally walked Brantley to load him up. And Edwin, on the first pitch from Bud Norris, said, "Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming. Drive safely." And then everybody gets their reparations as they head to home plate and let the bath begin. We hear you, Andre.
You don't even need the mic. We can hear you.
All right, we will go home, but let's now send it down to you first.
Thank you very much, Bradley. Congratulations on your first grand slam. Just go through that feeling of having that happen.
Oh, man, it was special. I mean, got a pitch to handle, bases loaded, put a good swing on it, and I mean, it's hard to describe. It was a pretty cool feeling.
And tell us the feeling of being up 7-0, everyone relaxing, and then you get back into a ball game and go this late into a game.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show anything can happen, and you got to stay sharp the whole game. You know, I think we might have let off a little bit at a certain point, but then we come back up, come back big in the 11th inning. Get a walk, get some runners on, and Eddie does his thing. So that was pretty cool.
Ben Revere comes up late in the game. Big situation, game on the line back, basically with McAllister. Go through that catch and going into the wall, and just the feeling of being able to catch that ball in that situation.
Yeah, ball was hit well. I mean, I pretty much told myself, this ball it's got a chance, and just tried to time it up as well as I could, and either rob it or make a play. And it was a little short, but I ended up making a good play and took a pretty good beating on the wall, but we'll be all right.
You did. Talk about being on third base and Edwin being in that situation as close as you are to, even their infielders, that's not.
Yeah, I was just hoping he wasn't going to turn on one and just decapitate me. But no, it was cool. I mean, as soon as he hit that, it was just like, I knew it was gone. And what a special moment that was.
What were you doing back in September of 1999?
I was watching the Padres. Was that the World Series? No, that was the year after.
Well, right before that's the last time the Indians hit 2 grand slams. It was Dave Roberts, who's the manager of the Dodgers, and Manny Ramirez. So you can put that in your hat.
Pretty cool. Not a bad guy to share it with, too.
Great job tonight, man. We appreciate the time.
All right, thank you.
All right, back up to you guys. And the old man.
Stop yelling. We hear you. We hear you. Thanks, Andre. That was great stuff with Bradley Zimmer. What a night for him. And you got to love the humble nature of that young man. Big moment. Gets the grand slam, and as he said, not a bad guy to share with. He and Edwin Encarnacion with the grand slams tonight. First time since Dave Roberts and Manny Ramirez back in '99.
It's a long time ago, and you know this is a great ball game to win, man. To keep the streak going. Their second walk-off, as you mentioned, on this homestand. You know, it would have been a tough one to get away, but they hung in there. They battled back, and it's exciting. So let's go. They're 5-0 on this homestand. It's a beautiful thing.
You know, the other thing, too, Arch, is Kansas City must be thinking, man, will the Indians ever lose a game? They've won 7 in a row, and they can't get any closer to the Tribe. They stay a game and a half back in the standings. So we'll be back here tomorrow night with Game 2 of this 3-game series between the Indians and the Angels. Until then, for Rick Manning and Andre Knott, I'm Matt Underwood. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Indians Live with Alan Jensen is next.